Thank you for joining us this morning to honor the life of Officer Brian Elliott. I'm Dustin Grove. The Beech Grove police officer was killed exactly 1 week ago in the line of duty, and today people will gather at Beech Grove High School to remember his life and legacy and ultimate sacrifice for the community he also called home. Officer Elliott was just 33 years old. He grew up there, local guy in the Beech Grove community, graduated from Beech Grove High School in 2011, married that young woman right there, Erin, in October of 2023. Erin and the rest of Officer Elliott's family, friends, loved ones, and the entire community are gathering right here. We want to take you to Beech Grove High School for this morning's funeral. This is a live look inside the high school as police officers file into the gym. Today you are going to learn more about Officer Elliott from the people who loved him dearly. There will be fellow law enforcement officers, community leaders, friends and family who will be paying their respects today. Also people who did not know him but are nonetheless incredibly thankful for his service and who just want to also support his loved ones. I am joined this morning by Gary Woodruff, a retired police officer, former chief of the Lawrence Police Department. Gary's here to help provide some insight for us and to guide us through today's service. Thank you so much for being here.
Honored to be here to represent. Thank you.
This is obviously a sad day for the Beech Grove community, the state. You've been to far too many services like this over the course of your career.
Yeah, even one is one too many, right?
Yeah.
Yet here we are again. And but it's an honor to represent and to do right by Officer Elliott at the Beech Grove Police Department and his family.
Let's, if we can, take another live look inside the gymnasium at Beech Grove High School and talk about what exactly is happening right now as we prepare for the service to begin.
Yeah, as the service begins, this is called an officer file-by, where there will be officers that will be filing by the casket and the family. Procession starts with the Beech Grove officers, since they're the department that's directly affected here, and then followed by the Marion County Sheriff's Department and then the Eskenazi Police Department, the hospital police officers there that work there at Eskenazi. Because he was a member of all three of those agencies, most recently Beech Grove, but also with the Marion County Sheriff and with the Eskenazi Police.
The public has been invited not just to be a part of this service, but also to line the funeral processional route. After the funeral, there will be a specific route the processional is going to take. People are encouraged to line the route. You can pay your respects there. The final 1042, Officer Elliott's last sign off with the department, will happen near the police department. Let's show you now where it's going to go from Beech Grove High School. It's going to leave the high school parking lot onto the interstate, onto I-65, heading north to the 29th Street exit ramp, just north of downtown, to Illinois, and then to 34th Street. And from there, we'll go straight into Crown Hill Cemetery. And to make this happen, there are interstate closures we want to let you know about that will be taking place on the south side of the city. You're taking a look at that right there on your screen. This includes I-65 and I-70. Also, state police say you should not park on the shoulder of the highway to observe the procession. Cannot stress that enough. That's a safety issue. Again, they have asked the public not to park on the shoulder of the interstate highway. There are multiple ramp closures across the city too, including Keystone, Raymond, and 21st Street. We have the full turn-by-turn details for you at WTHR.com. You can check that route out where you can learn more about where you can line which street as that processional files by. I am curious to know, as a law enforcement veteran, how important days like this are, Gary, to you in terms of seeing the public show up to the funeral service and line that procession?
Yeah, it's of critical importance, and it's a good point of emphasis to make sure that people who do go to line the procession route, that they do so in a safe manner. Mm-hmm. Go to a parking lot, stage in that parking lot, don't necessarily just pull off to the side of the road. That's very important. But to the family and to the officers that are attending, it's so important to see that community support out there. When we had our time of need in 2005, seeing everybody come out to pay their respects, it's just of critical importance to the family, to the officers, and to the community that we serve.
And what do you think the community will be able to do or should do, consider doing in the future beyond today? you think?
Yeah, just continuing to support their law enforcement officers. It's one of the unique things about working in a smaller community is you do have that real sense of knowing your officers, by name. Just as with Officer Elliott, he grew up in Beech Grove. He was very, very well known there. And that's somewhat unique to smaller agencies, So that sense of pulling together, that department's never been more united than they are now. It's sad it takes this to do that, but they're very united now, and so to sustain that, Beech Grove is a terrific community, and so they'll pull together. They always do.
We keep hearing the term tight-knit, close-knit, which can sometimes be used as a bit of a cliche, but certainly an apt description of that community. And we've been hearing from people who grew up with Officer Elliott, heard from an elementary school teacher a couple of days ago who said, by the way, that she knew then that he wanted to be a police officer. Truly somebody who wanted to be a police officer from the time he was a kid.
Yeah, you hear that often. It's calling. The profession is a calling. In addition to that, Officer Elliott, more than a law enforcement officer, family man, and an enthusiast in a great many endeavors beyond law enforcement. But certainly, law enforcement as a profession was a calling to him and throughout his extended family as well.
No doubt that gymnasium will be packed as people file in and get ready for this funeral and this final goodbye to Officer Brian Elliott. If you're just joining us, we are showing you live coverage of the funeral service for fallen Beech Grove police officer Brian Elliott, who was killed in the line of duty exactly 1 week ago. This is inside Beech Grove High School to accommodate the large number of people who will be attending today's service. The family will be escorted in first, followed by Beech Grove's Police Department, and then as Gary Woodruff just told us, the Marion County Sheriff's Department, where he used to work. We heard from someone with the Marion County Sheriff's Department describing him as a well-loved and respected member of that department when he was there, followed by Eskenazi Police. They will then also file in because Officer Elliott also one time worked for Eskenazi Police as well. As we take a live look there, it looks like Marion County Sheriff's deputies continuing to file into the gymnasium. After today's service, burial will take place at Crown Hill Cemetery. And for those who may not be familiar with this, Gary, this is a very unique and special place for the law enforcement community.
Yes, indeed. The Heroes of Public Safety section there at Crown Hill. It's such a serene location where so far too many police officers that had line of duty deaths are interned there. But it is a wonderful place to go out and just remember as well. Many of us have been there many times, just being the only person there and just reflecting and remembering. It's a terrific place for the families also to be able to go and reflect and remember, but it's a very serene location. And that's where the services today will conclude at.
Today, IMPD is providing coverage for Beech Grove's police department so that all of these officers in Beech Grove can attend today's service. There's often talk about the brotherhood in policing. What does that mean in moments like this in particular?
Yeah, regardless of the agency that you are with, be it Beech Grove, Lawrence, IMPD, Speedway Police, whoever it might be, Marion County Sheriff, we all come together in moments like this. And we all serve and protect. We're protectors at heart, and so the IMPD will be taking over providing service there to the Beech Grove community, so that the Beech Grove police officers can, in fact, attend the funeral as a group, and all the proceedings after the funeral. So that's very important also, that the people of Beech Grove that are still in need of some services throughout the course of the day, their law enforcement officers are going to be there for them, regardless whether it's IMPD or Beech Grove or whoever may be responding. They'll still be there.
And when these Beech Grove police officers return back on shift, undoubtedly beginning tonight, right?
Quite possible.
After the service today, how do they move forward? I mean, you are police officers. You train for this kind of thing. You know this is a risk when you put that badge on, and yet you're also human, right?
Absolutely, yeah, very much human. And there's going to be human emotions, and that's to be expected. But we're also professionals, and we know that the sense of serving others and protecting others overrides everything else, and that desire to duty, that desire to be able to serve and protect others, that will override and that will prevail. It always does. Even at the same time, you have that heavy heart, and there'll be a new normal that the Beech Grove Police Department will get to. Sadly, they've been through this before, and the veterans there, they know all too well what that new normal feels like, and they'll get there, and it's meaningful to everyone. That community support, that continuing community support in the long term, in the mid to long term, will be tremendously helpful for the folks there in Beech Grove and beyond. In every community, that's helpful, because when one agency is affected, everybody's affected. Of course, there's a ripple effect.
Yeah, I can tell by the emotion in your voice. This always stays with you. In your years of service, like we had said, you've been to one is too many, but unfortunately you've been to several of these.
Far too many. But here we are today, and it's important to honor the life and legacy of Officer Elliott, the Beech Grove Police Department, and the profession as a whole, and that's exactly what we'll all do. We're grateful for that.
We are taking a look now at the memorial. This is just outside the Beech Grove Police Department. Officer Elliott's police SUV was rolled out in front of the department the day after. It was last Tuesday. They set up a tent there for people just to do something, because in times like this, we always hear from people who say, I need to do something. I can't just stay home. And so many of them have been leaving mementos, cards, flowers, remembrances. This is a live look inside the hallway now at Beech Grove High School, where people are waiting to file in. These are police officers waiting to file in. As you mentioned, Gary, we were just seeing the Marion County Sheriff's Department deputies filing in. Looks like these officers are next.
Yeah, there'll be officers that are here from throughout central Indiana, but in addition to that, all over the state, literally all over the country. You'll see law enforcement there from as far away as New York, maybe even the West Coast. You'll see law enforcement officers there from literally all over the country, but in addition to the ones from central Indiana and the greater Indianapolis area. And it's just a great way to be able to show respect to your fellow law enforcement officers. And it is a brotherhood and a sisterhood, of course. And it's imperative to be able to provide that support to the family of Officer Elliott in particular.
I was watching the coverage last night of Officer Elliott's visitation, and one of the officers we heard from said, when one of us dies, some of us, we all lose a part of us.
Yeah, very accurate.
Not just here in the community, but also nationwide.
Right.
It's remarkable and so incredibly powerful to see police officers, not just from outside the central Indiana community, but police officers from across the country coming to this funeral. Yeah,
it's very meaningful, and it is part of that one of those unique aspects to the profession of law enforcement that sets it apart, that sets us apart, but also emphasizing that community support as well, in addition to the law enforcement officers representing their agencies that are here. Seeing the citizens that come and pay their respect, and that will line the procession route as well. If they can't actually come to the service, then lining that procession route, whatever they're able to do, it is most meaningful. And as we continue to see the file by there, you see some of the folks in plain clothes there. I suspect those are probably federal law enforcement that are attending there as well, in addition to possibly plainclothes detectives. But a lot of those are going to be federal law enforcement that will be representing that aspect of the public safety profession as well.
After the processional, the MC and best friend of Officer Elliott, Joshua Shrum, will be giving a welcome, and that will be followed by eulogies from Beech Grove Mayor James Kaufman, Beech Grove Police Chief Michael Maurice. Officer Elliott's best friend will also give a eulogy. There will be music, closing, and then a recessional, and then on the way to the hearse for the funeral procession to Crown Hill Cemetery, pallbearers will be Officer Elliott's father, Bob, along with his very close friends. His best friend, as we mentioned, Joshua Shrum, along with Reed Harrington, Quentin James, Pascal Arnez, Brian Plew, his brother, Sam Elliott, and also his shift captain, Tyler Frankel. Those are the pallbearers for the funeral service. Gary, you had mentioned a couple of minutes ago, it bears repeating and underscoring that Officer Elliott was not just Officer Elliott.
Right.
He was someone who made a big impact on the lives that he touched and was involved in his community, married to his wife, Erin. Described in the funeral program today, their marriage was a testament to love and partnership.
Yeah, that's a beautiful testament, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
In addition to being the family man, the husband, son, larger family. There is some law enforcement within Officer Elliott's family, certainly, and he was a motorcycle enthusiast and played bass guitar. What a talent that is.
That's right. Also, vice president of the Circle City Cigar Club.
Yeah. I'm not a cigar person myself, but it's just in addition to being the law enforcement professional that he was, there's a human aspect to this.
Yeah.
We've all done our part to try to humanize the badge, we call it, and to demonstrate that they're law enforcement officers are people also. It sounds somewhat cliche to say that, but it's true. And we can't make a point, strong enough to that in addition to the calling of being within the law enforcement profession, that there's a family man and a person with a great many interests outside of the workplace.
I was talking with one of his relatives the other day. He described him to me as a great man, very caring, and would do anything for anyone. And you kind of see that in his character described by other people who he touched throughout his life. We mentioned that he studied criminal justice at IUPUI, eventually went to the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy. He was an assistant squad leader, an honor graduate, and was also the recipient of the Glenda Mercer Memorial Award, which is given to a graduating recruit for exceptional performance in the Academy's training program. It's traditionally presented to the student who achieves top academic standing among their class, and his fellow recruits, those who were in his unit. We also saw one of those young men who was sitting by the memorial outside the Beech Grove Police Department, just in a lawn chair, just sitting out of respect for him.
Yeah, that was heart-rending to see, wasn't it?
Saw
that
that
image,
too?
yeah, indeed. And but it's a time to reflect and time to think about the good times and the challenging times. And your time at the Law Enforcement Academy is where your career starts. Now he had served with the Marion County Sheriff prior to that, and then with the Eskenazi Police Department. But as far as full-time municipal law enforcement, the academy frequently is where that career starts. And the achievements that he did there were very special. And the Glenda Mercer Award, she was a long-serving instructor there at the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, and just you could say legendary. And so they named that award after her and her career of service there. And so obviously he performed exceptionally well there. And being from the Beech Grove community as well, there's something special about that when you're serving the community that you grew up in. People know you even all the more. And none of this is unusual when it comes to people serving within the law enforcement profession.
Well, you're also talking about humanizing the badge. I think that's a great way to humanize the badge, is to have someone who has grown up in the community, who people know as a member in the community, who's plugged in and who has roots and who's left an impact many years before his service as a police officer. Yes, yeah,
well stated. And all of the interests, the family interests, the outside interests, it's far more than that. Far more than just the law enforcement service. I mean, obviously that's important.
Yeah.
We're all well aware of that. But the family person, the motorcycle enthusiast, favorite rock group was Metallica. Remember reading about that. And
we'll probably hear some of that today during these eulogies. We'll learn more about Brian Elliott, the police officer who gave the ultimate sacrifice, but also just who he was. Maybe even hear some Metallica.
Yeah, I'm sure the family friend will be sharing some of those stories, as well as perhaps the mayor and the chief. But yeah, and I'm sure there'll be some moments of levity there as well. There has to be humor within our profession, even though this is not necessarily a humorous moment. Sometimes bringing those moments of levity can help break the tension of a very somber day like today.
How is an officer's legacy, do you think, carried forward after a loss like this? How do we make sure that Officer Elliott's legacy is not forgotten?
Yeah, it's a great question in several ways. I think just continuing to appreciate the endeavors that law enforcement officers make on a daily, nightly basis in every community here in Central Indiana and across the country. If nothing else, just coming up and saying, "Hey, thanks, I see you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you." It can be just as simple as that.
Taking a look here at Officer Elliott and his lovely wife, Erin. Again, their marriage was described as a testament to love and partnership. They were married in October of 2023. Brian is the son of Robert and Paula Elliott. Got a brother named Sam, a sister named Rachel, as we mentioned, grew up in Beech Grove. The Beech Grove community knows the family well. Someone who clearly made an impact from an early age. Why do you think it's so important, Gary, to remember not just how he died, but how he lived? You were telling me it's very important that we talk about Brian Elliott beyond the badge.
Yes, that is very important, and because yes, your law enforcement officers in every community are public servants indeed, but far beyond that, again, family people, community involved beyond the public safety law enforcement service. He was the vice president of the Circle City Cigar
Club.
Yeah, yep. Circle City Cigar Club, and motorcycle enthusiast and musician, and all of the things that he was involved with. And so it's important to not only recognize the life of service, mm-hmm. but the life lived, the life well lived. And there's a lot of symbology that goes into that with these funeral services, in addition to the law enforcement service. And we'll see some of that throughout the course of the rest of the morning and the afternoon here.
One of the requests from the family, I would presume, comes from the personal side of Officer Elliott, which is they are asking that in lieu of flowers, that we consider donating to Pepper's Pals Cat Rescue. So one would presume that perhaps Brian Elliott had a love for cats.
Had an affinity for our pets, and mm-hmm. many of us do. And yeah, what a great gesture to be able to support a local not-for-profit like that, and to be able to offer that support in remembrance of Officer Elliott. Yeah, that's great.
We're taking a live look now inside the Beech Grove High School gymnasium, where officers continue to file in for today's funeral service of Beech Grove Officer Brian Elliott, who was killed 1 week ago in the line of duty. Family and close friends are right up there in front, obviously, and then members of the community have also been invited to be a part of today's public service. To say a final goodbye, but also to celebrate the life of this officer and Beech Grove native, a Hoosier through and through. And then you are also seeing dozens and dozens of men and women in uniform, police officers, other first responders, Marion County Sheriff's deputies, law enforcement officials from around the country who are coming to pay their respects as well. This is just outside the gym in the hallway, where it looks like the final few are getting ready to file in. Earlier it was pretty packed there with police officers waiting to have their turn to file into the gym. Looks like most of them have made it. We're just waiting for the final few before the service can begin. And Gary, what can we expect in today's service?
Yeah, we're going to see a few speakers, certainly the mayor of Beech Grove and the police chief, who's just an excellent person in addition to being an excellent chief. They've done well, all things considered, throughout all of this most challenging period. No chief wants to have to do this. Nothing can ever prepare you for it, but they've done admirably in what has been forced upon them. And so we'll see the reverence of the profession, of the person, of the family. Everything that we see here today being done is all planned, and it's all coordinated, and it's all done at the approval of the family and of the agency, mm-hmm. of the Beech Grove Police Department. But most importantly, there's nothing that's not done with the approval of the family, ultimately.
So the family, understandably, has the front row seat to today's funeral service in terms of organizing it, making it be what they would like it to be. But how involved is the law enforcement community in helping see that happen?
Yeah, very much so, and that's a great topic to talk about, actually. So there's a group from the Indiana Fraternal Order of Police, the Critical Incident Response and Memorial Team, and there's several, about a dozen or so, a few more officers from around the state that immediately respond when there is a line of duty death. They'll respond right to the hospital, and they will start the organizational process immediately when it comes to how to honor the fallen officer and his or her family. Their input and their guidance is indispensable when it comes to the affected agency. They're on autopilot. The chief, the deputy chiefs, the entire department there at Beech Grove, they're very much on autopilot. So having that memorial team, critical incident response and memorial team, come in and provide the services and the support that they provide is absolutely indispensable.
The Marion County Sheriff's Department covering the Beech Grove streets today to allow the Beech Grove officers to take some time and be at today's service and honor and remember their brother in blue, which is also something that we have seen before. When an officer is killed in the line of duty, other police departments will cover those shifts as long as they're needed.
Indeed, they'll cover the shifts, but in addition to that, Officer Elliott has never been alone ever since this incident occurred. There's always been a police officer with him around the clock. At the coroner's office, at the funeral home, there at the Beech Grove High School, everywhere he's gone has been under escort and with other officers with him. And what a comfort that provides to the family and to the other officers at Beech Grove. And people will sign up to do that, in shifts from every agency, throughout the state. I mean, anywhere. Yeah. There'll be people sign up for that to do the casket watch.
And it's worth underscoring that is done by design. I can remember Monday night when we were reporting this story and throughout the process and learning that Officer Elliott had died. From that moment on, we saw the escorts and all of the officers there, and that is done with purpose, with great purpose and design.
With great purpose, yeah. The Indiana FOP has created what really is a nationwide model when it comes to how to coordinate and conduct these officer memorials, and sadly we've had far too much experience at doing these. But they really have created a model that other states have followed when it comes to how to conduct these memorial services and how to provide the services to the family, to the agency. There's been a Beech Grove officer has been assigned to the family from the very beginning also. Whatever the needs are, whatever the things that the family needs done, that officer is responsible for coordinating those and making sure that they get done, that are capable of being done. So something we've learned the hard way over the years is to provide those services and that support, especially the wellness, resiliency aspect of what we do. Being able to have those diffusing, those debriefing sessions, and being able to invest in the emotional wellness. That's been a really big point of emphasis over the last, probably 10, 15, maybe 20 years or so, that sadly we've had to learn the hard way. But making those investments is a worthwhile endeavor to make and continuing those services through the FOP, through the concerns of police survivors, COPS is the acronym, and a great many others who will provide that continuing support for the family and for the Beech Grove Police Department in the days, weeks, and months to come.
Looks like we're beginning to see signs that the service is about to begin any moment. I want to correct myself. It's IMPD who is covering shifts for Beech Grove police officers today. Gary, you said something that is true beyond a police officer who has died in the line of duty, and that is the support that the victim's family needs, not in just the days after, but in the weeks and months after. Yeah. When the cards stop, when the flowers stop arriving, that's just so important that keeps going.
Yeah, it is important, and there'll be plenty of professionals to do that. Now we're seeing the beginning of the services here is to be the changing of the guard at the casket.
was a poignant moment there as the service for Officer Elliott begins.
Yes, the honor guard that was with on each side of the casket there has been relieved, and the service itself will start.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. A man in blue has lost his life in service of the law. The love that makes the sacrifice is the greatest love of all. A policeman was killed today. The reason why I cannot say. I don't know why he had to die. The man in blue died for me and you. We must remember him too. Flags fly low, let us bow in prayer for fallen policemen everywhere. And remember this, that they are missed. The badge burns bright like an evening star, free from a world of war. The sorrow that bereaves us now, a sorrow of the world, our Lord will greater kindness show. Above make spirits whole.
Morning. It's a terrible set of unfortunate circumstances that brings us here together today. But I know today is not about us. It's about Brian Elliott. I know that on behalf of the family, the friends, the loved ones, we appreciate each and every one of you for being here today. We're going to show him the utmost level of respect, dignity, and love, and that couldn't be done without each and every one of you. I'd first like to introduce the Beech Grove Mayor, James Kaufman.
Good morning. My name is James Kaufman, and I'm honored to serve as mayor for the city of Beech Grove. We are gathered this morning to mourn the loss of Officer Brian Elliott and to support his wife Erin, his parents Bob and Paula, and the rest of Erin and Brian's family and friends. We are honored to have many of Brian's friends and colleagues with us here today. I am honored to be joined today with Brian's 39 brothers and sisters from the Beech Grove Police Department, along with friends and colleagues from the Marion County Sheriff's Department and Eskenazi Health, where Brian proudly served prior to coming home to Beech Grove. These three departments helped shape Brian into the incredible officer that we all knew him to be, and we are grateful for the support each of you have provided to our friend. To all the people who know and love Brian, you do not have to carry this weight alone. We see you, our hearts are with you, and we are walking alongside you every step of this journey. Thank you all for being with us in Beech Grove today. Officer Brian Elliott laid down his life to protect our city, a city that he loved, where he was most proud to serve as a police officer. While Brian's service and sacrifice will forever be linked to him, it does not define all that he was. Brian was a husband, a son, a brother, and a friend. And like many of us in this gymnasium, Brian was a Beech Grove Hornet. He walked these same halls at Beech Grove High School and graduated in 2011. Today we celebrate the exceptional life of a man who is deeply woven into all aspects of our city. A man who loved music, bourbon, motorcycles, his wife Erin, his family, friends, and colleagues. I have heard so many stories from others about Brian in recent days, and I would like to share some of mine with you today. There are a lot of firsts when it comes to being a new mayor. But none of these firsts hold a more special place in my heart than when I swore in my first new police officer. Brian Elliott was that police officer. And it was on the craziest day imaginable. April 8th, 2024 was a big day for the city of Beech Grove. Not only was this the day of the total eclipse, it was Brian Elliott's first day as a Beech Grove police officer. It was all hands on deck, and every Beech Grove police officer was working that day, even the new guy. Chief Maurice called me that morning and said we had to swear Brian in immediately. I was busy running around preparing for the day's festivities, but I stopped everything, just as Chief Maurice insisted that I do, and hurriedly typed up Brian's oath. I went down to the police station and swore in our newest police officer, Officer Brian Elliott. Brian later pulled me to the side and informed me that in my hurry, I spelled his name wrong on the oath of office. I was so embarrassed, but Brian was kind. He joked about it and didn't tell the entire world like I just did. It was fitting that the eclipse was Brian's first day with our department. As hundreds of people descended upon our city that day, Brian knew that he was where he belonged. And I, along with his fellow officers, were thankful to have him here. Fast forward a few months later, and Taylor Swift was in town. Now, I know this was definitely nowhere close to Brian's type of music, given he listed Metallica as his favorite band in his introduction to our community. But there was an event on Main Street, and our officers were out in full force that day. And there they were, Officers Bryant, Comia, Elliott, Frankel, Horgan and others down on Main Street trading those beaded Taylor Swift friendship bracelets. And I tell you what, the smiles on our officers' faces were larger than most of the kids that day. And I have the pictures to prove it. They loved it, and the community loves them. That, in essence, was Brian. He loved our community and his fellow officers with everything that he had. Being a police officer was Brian's calling. This was so much more than a job to him. Brian was here to protect his home and the community that he loved. Brian was fun and someone you wanted to be friends with. You can see it in the video of him arresting the Grinch at the Beech Grove Police Department. Father Bob Robeson at Holy Name Catholic Church shared that he worked at Oktoberfest last fall. And we all know that he had his work cut out with that crowd. That's why, as we heal together as a community, it's incumbent on us all to share these stories and to keep Brian's joy alive. When I think of Brian, I'll remember his joy, his bravery, but also his humility. Brian was humble. We are not celebrating his life in downtown Indianapolis at some large sporting venue. We are home, in the community he grew up in, where he went to school, and where he sacrificed it all to serve and protect us. Brian is still with us. He represents the best of who we are as a city. But that doesn't change that we are heartbroken. At times we are angry and often feel helpless. But I assure you, in this darkness and brokenness, there is beauty. Spending the last week with our officers has been a blessing that I was not prepared for. From Chief Maurice to Deputy Chiefs Hurley and Mercury, to every single officer on our police force. The bond and love our police department has for each other and their families is humbling. In this tragedy, they continue to show up each and every day for each other, their families, and for our community. I've witnessed a commitment across our entire city, from our city employees to our schools and businesses. The people of Beech Grove are strong and unwavering in their support of each other. When life is hardest, we step up. That's what Brian did. We will get up tomorrow and be the best that we can be. Why? Because that's what Brian did. He showed up and gave his all. And he did it with a smile. That smile that we all love so much. We will always celebrate him. But we also have to recognize the process that brought us here today. Our city is piecing itself back together for Brian, for our fellow officers, for our community, and most importantly, for Aaron and their families. Rest easy, Brian. While we know you are still here with us, know that your fellow police officers and the entire community of Beech Grove will continue to watch from here. The community that you died protecting will be okay because we have each other. Your family is now our family. We will remember your courage. We will remember your infectious smile. As a community, we will stand with Aaron, your family, and your friends, and will ensure that your life and legacy is never forgotten. To Aaron, thank you for sharing Brian with us. We are all better as people and as a city for having known him. As I said earlier this week, you are our family now, and we aren't going anywhere. I want to leave you with the words etched on the memorial for fallen heroes in our nation's capital. It is not how these officers died that made them heroes. It is how they lived. As we remember Brian, Let's all strive to be like him and the spirit that he carried. May we all be a little more kind, a little more dedicated, a little more humble, and a lot more protective of each other. That is the community that Brian would want. That is how we honor a hero. That is how we honor Officer Brian Elliott and his family. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce the Beech Grove Chief of Police, Michael Maurice.
I first want to say thank you. Thank you for being here as we, Beech Grove Police Department, the city of Beech Grove, the community around us, and most importantly, Aaron and the rest of Officer Brian Elliott's family mourn the senseless loss of his life. The outpouring of support from not only here in Indiana, but across this nation has been overwhelming. The calls, text messages, emails, items left at the station, you being here, have all meant so much. To all the agencies, local, state, and federal, that came to our aid in one of the most devastating events that can happen to a police department. Thank you. I do not take it lightly that when our world stopped, you responded. Even when your world kept spinning, you were here to prop us up until we can get back on our feet. Thank you for responding and helping us to capture Brian's murderer so that we may begin the process of healing and closure. Aaron, I want to thank you for sharing Brian with the Beech Grove Police Department. I am sorry for your loss, and I promise that the Beech Grove Police Department will not let his memory or the lasting impact that he had on our department be forgotten. February 16th, 2026 will forever be a devastating day in the history of the Beech Grove Police Department. There is no playbook, no policy, and no amount of training that can prepare you when your officers call you telling that you have not one, but 2 officers shot. As I drove into the city, I couldn't comprehend how this could have happened. I thought it had to be a mistake. I knew who was working. I hired them. I trained with them. I watched them on runs that I had taken with them. I'd seen their body cameras interacting with the public. They were everything we want and expect our officers to be: fearless, compassionate, eager, community-oriented, selfless with a desire to help others, and able to act valiantly in high-stress and tactical situations. I need to stop there for a minute and tell you more about my Beech Grove Police Department family. I'll tell you how and why Brian ever became a Beech Grove police officer. The city of Beech Grove is 4 square miles with 15,000 citizens. It is surrounded by the almost 1 million citizens of Indianapolis. I used to say in interviews that the Beech Grove Police Department was one of the best kept secrets in central Indiana. Why a secret? Because we were often overlooked. We have a brand new police department, a brand new training facility with an indoor range. We are composed of 40 police officers and 5 civilian support staff. Among our officers, we have 8 with associate's degree, 22 with a bachelor's degree, 3 have master's degrees, and the rest, 4 of them have military experience. 5 of us have attended the FBI National Academy, with 1 attending the current session. Over half the department are instructors or FTOs. Not only are we fully staffed, we're fully staffed in Marion County, Indiana. It is unheard of to have no openings when everyone around you is struggling to find qualified candidates. Why are we fully staffed? Why do we continue to find and hire only the best? Previously, I would have told you to come see for yourself. I don't have to tell you that anymore. Officer Elliott and his shift's actions are on full display for the whole world to see and read about. Brian was one of our officers with a bachelor's degree. He came to us after serving 6 years with the Marion County Sheriff's Office and Eskenazi Health, where he worked, the Marion County Sheriff's Office, where he worked in the sex offender registry unit. When we hired Brian, He already possessed the characteristics that we expect our officers to display. He was going to fit right in because, like our other officers, he was the very best. Brian attended the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy in the summer of 2024, where he was assistant squad leader, graduated with honors, and won the Glenda Mercer Memorial Award for being the top academic performer in his graduating class. Brian's pursuit to be the best police officer possible did not stop after graduating the academy. It continued after he completed his field training with us. Brian was a go-getter, striving to lead his shift in arrests and runs taken. He chose to return to middle shift in October of 2025. Middle shift at Beech Grove is the busiest shift, so it didn't surprise anyone that he wanted to be a part of that team. During that time, Brian received several supervisor recognitions. He also volunteered for our community events such as Shop with a Cop and National Night Out. Now back to that night. After leaving the hospital, in the early morning hours of Tuesday, the 17th, I returned to the police department as questions remained on what had occurred just a few hours prior. Although I had been briefed on some of the events, I still needed answers. I watched the body cam video with one of my deputy chiefs. What I saw was a shift displaying all the characteristics I already listed. 2 officers heard a cry for help and without hesitation answered that cry. They immediately went to intervene, unaware there was an ambush on the other side of that door. I saw an officer who himself had just been shot immediately try to evacuate Officer Brian Elliott, who had also been shot from in front of that door. I saw the sergeant immediately start rendering aid to Brian. They stayed in the fight, even under fire. They didn't retreat, and they never left Brian's side. I saw the rest of the shift arrive on scene and run to assist their officers who were under attack. They did all they could for Officer Elliott while transporting him in the back of their patrol vehicles. I watched as they loaded the other officer into another vehicle and took him to the hospital. Officer Elliott was murdered not because of a mistake or one of his shipmates had made. It was circumstances no one on this side of the door could have controlled. At no point did they retreat. At no point did they leave Officer Elliott's side. They didn't wait to make sure it was safe before they tried to save Brian. Why? Because Officer Elliott was one of them. They knew he possessed those qualities that make the Beech Grove Police Department who we are. They knew Officer Elliott would not have left them. Was Brian so much more than a police officer? Absolutely. However, the man Brian was outside of work was on full display the night in his role as a police officer. Officer Brian Elliott was the best of the best, and that is why he was a Beech Grove police officer. The question remains, how do we try and prevent this from occurring in the future? It is time for this nation and this state to have a serious conversation about criminal justice reform and juvenile violence. I am not talking about the law enforcement side. The law enforcement aspect has seen more scrutiny and changes to our profession over the last 5 years than the previous 20 combined. It is time to hold accountable those who hold a propensity for violence so that they cannot assault or kill another innocent victim. How does a small, family-oriented department move forward after the loss of one of their own? We are hurting, shocked, and brokenhearted at Brian's loss. There have been times when it almost seems unbearable. Many people have sent words of encouragement or scripture to console my officers and me. The one verse that was shared with me that I keep going back to is Psalms 34:18. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Yesterday at my church service, as we closed out, we sang a song called His Glory and My Good. A lyric in the song says, "There is hope in every trial, for I can trust the Lord." That is where I am. We often feel the weakest in times of trial, but my hope will remain in the Lord. It would be easy to pack it up and quit. It would be easy to say it isn't worth it. But that's not in our DNA. And it wasn't in Brian's DNA either. We cannot quit. That would only diminish the sacrifice that Brian made and the legacy that he leaves behind. Brian was so much more than a police officer, and we will be different without him. We will have a scar to bear, but I have already seen the resolve and the unity that this tragedy has brought out in my officers and their families. Stories that have brought laughter and stories that have brought tears. We have started down the long path of healing, and we will continue to show resolve as we serve the citizens of Beech Grove with dedication, valor, sacrifice, and integrity. Officer Brian Elliott, it was an honor to have served alongside you. We will continue to carry on your sacrifice from here.
I've replayed this moment today in my head more times than I can count. I never imagined that I would be standing here talking about Elliot like this. For those that don't know you, or don't know me, I'm Joshua Shrum, and Elliot, he was my best friend. He was honestly more than a best friend, more than a brother, more than everything. And that's because if you knew him for even 5 minutes, you knew that he was someone special, someone that would leave a lasting impression on you. He was the guy that would make you laugh about the strangest things. One day while we were on duty, he convinced me to leave a fake ticket on the car window of a girl that I was dating. He said, she'll love it. And maybe one day when you're married, you can tell her about it and you'll get a good laugh. I told him that if this works, I'm claiming it as my own idea. And if not, I'm definitely going to blame it on you. Well, you were right, Elliot. It worked, and I admit, it was your idea. Elliot had a way to talk to you and just instantly make you feel like you've known him for years. He could talk to you for hours about the recent modifications that he made to his car. Or maybe you would get an in-depth conversation about whether a hot dog was in fact considered a sandwich. Or just maybe you get one of those rare conversations about his love for cigars. But they weren't that rare. In fact, it was quite frequent. See, I remember the exact day, back in 2019. I told him that I wanted to get a group of guys together to relax, have fun, all while smoking a cigar. He looked at me and he said, Shrum, I don't know much about cigars, but I can pretend. Let's go with it. Little did he know that he would quickly become the vice president of our cigar club, the Circle City Cigar Club. A club that allowed us to meet, spend time with, and grow close to some of the most amazing people I have ever met in my life. All because he said, let's go with it. But that was the type of man he was. He was the guy that would help you out without hesitation. The guy that would sit with you in silence if that's what you needed. He didn't need credit. He just needed to know that the people he loved were okay. Early in his law enforcement career, I got assigned as his first field training officer. Elliot was green, very green. We had a particular shift that was long, very stressful, and it involved us dealing with some very tough situations. I won't go into detail of what we went through, but anyone not in law enforcement, let alone a brand new officer, it'd be a lot to take in. We were leaving that day, and he wasn't concerned on how he performed. He didn't care if he checked all the boxes as a rookie. He didn't even care that earlier that day he had cut his hand, and it was a bad cut. Instead, he looked at me and he said, hey, Shrum, are you okay? He cared about me, and that was Elliot. No spotlight, no applause, just steady, solid, there. Elliot didn't just serve a community, he built one. He made people feel safe, feel heard, feel included. Not because of the badge he wore, but because of the man that he was. He made those quiet sacrifices that you would never see. I'm sorry, Aaron, I gotta say this. I remember him telling me that he was gonna propose to Aaron, and I told him about time. I said, you better do it before she really gets to know you. His response was, do you think I need to do something different in our relationship? I explained that he was doing everything right. It wasn't until later that I realized he thought I was serious. See, he was looking internally and making sure that he was doing everything that he should in that relationship. He wasn't worried about himself. He was making sure that he was putting her first, a quiet sacrifice to ensure that those around him were placed before himself. I tried to come up with a way to say goodbye, a way to turn the page, but you can't. I'm sure a lot of you have heard this before, what I'm about to say, but this is the truth. The Romans say that you die twice. Once when your body leaves this world, and once when your name is spoken for the last time. Elliot will never die that second death. Not in this room, not for his family, not for his friends, and not in my life. I'll carry him with me in every laugh, every hard day, every time that I need to be a better man. And that's the gift that he gave me, and that's the legacy he gives all of us. Thank you.
Purple rain. sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs and voices
I'd like to once again thank every single person for being here. The support and the love and the appreciation that has been given to the family, the friends, the officers, every single person in this room does not go unnoticed. No matter what happens, tomorrow's another day, but we cannot get to tomorrow without going through today first. Lean upon each other, give each other courage and strength. We will continue to push on, and we will get to the next day. Once again, thank you everybody for being here. At this time, I'd like to excuse law enforcement officers and family and public safety.
We have been bringing you live coverage of the funeral for Officer Brian Elliott, the Beech Grove police officer killed in the line of duty last week. And over the last hour or so, we have heard the many tributes, not just to the officer, who he was, but also who the friend he was, the son, the brother, and a husband. Beech Grove Mayor James Kaufman was one of the eulogists who said, Brian Elliott is a police officer who laid down his life to serve and protect his hometown, who loved his community, who acted valiantly. But police work did not define all that he was. In fact, we heard a lot about that during today's funeral. The mayor saying that Brian Elliott was a Beech Grove Hornet, grew up there, he loved music, he loved bourbon, motorcycles, and his wife Erin. A man with an infectious smile, someone you wanted to be friends with. And retired Lawrence Police Chief Gary Woodruff is with us. And those who did not know him before, I think probably came away with the same feeling.
Yeah, much better picture of the person in addition to the public servant. And that's so important to memorialize during these events is, yeah, there's the public side, there's the law enforcement side, the public servant, but there's also the human being.
He represents the best that Beech Grove is, and we are all better for having known him. That also coming from the mayor. We also heard a lot from Brian Elliott's best friend, Joshua Schrum, who said he made people feel safe, secure, and included, not because of the badge he wore, but because of the man he was, and talked a lot about some of the things that we have learned about him in the last week. That he was a car guy, that he was a lover of cigars, that he was a family man, very much invested in the community that he loved, and someone who was known not only as a police officer in a very small town, because remember, Beech Grove is, 4 square miles, a population of 15,000 people, but he grew up there.
Right.
So very, very invested, and we've seen throughout the last week the outpouring of public support, not just within Beech Grove, but just really beyond that town and beyond Indiana as well.
Yeah, certainly, and it's so important for the city of Beech Grove to come together for their police department, for their public servants, and in addition, his best friend Joshua, he shared some humorous moments also. Mm-hmm. Sounds like there was some shenanigans that would take place there, which is not at all unusual in public safety. You got to break that tension a little bit every once in a while, and humor is a good way to do that. So, good for him for sharing those remembrances as well.
Yeah, we're taking a live look now at the memorial outside the Beech Grove Police Department. Officer Elliott's police SUV there. It was placed there very soon after he was struck down in the line of duty last week. A tent set up, and then almost immediately after came the mementos, the cards, the letters of support. We saw people who showed up there who never even knew Officer Brian Elliott, but said that they just felt like they had to do something. We want to go to Ashton Hackman, who is outside Beech Grove High School, where the funeral just wrapped up. And Ashton, can you kind of talk to us about what you're seeing as everybody kind of lines up for this processional to Crown Hill Cemetery. I understand there are more than 500 vehicles lined up for this procession.
Yeah, Dustin, and we are on standby for that moment. Obviously, there is a lot of tradition, a lot of practice when it comes to a funeral service, a memorial service for a fallen police officer, and this next step is probably one of the most tradition pieces of that. We are standing just outside Beech Grove High School. You can see all of the motorcycles from several different agencies on standby, ready to transport Officer Brian Elliott's body here from Beech Grove High School, where he was a graduate, to his final resting place in Crown Hill. Obviously, there is a lot of circumstance that comes with a ceremony like this. You're dealing with the snow, of course, but that's not going to stop these officers from coming out. As you mentioned, 500 of them on standby, ready to be there with him. And as we heard throughout the funeral service this afternoon, that there has been an officer by Officer Elliott's side since he made it to the hospital last Monday night. There has, for around the clock since then, in the week since, an officer, a fellow officer has been there for him this entire way. Obviously, we heard a lot of tributes and a lot of testaments to who he was, not only as an officer, but more importantly, as a person outside of his uniform. We heard from Mayor James Kaufman, as well as his police chief, Michael Maurice. But then we had the touching moments there at the end to hear from one of, if not his best friend of Officer Elliott, who described and shared more about who he was as a person when he wasn't on duty, when he wasn't serving the community that he grew up in and had the desire to go back and serve. I did take a few bit of notes, and I wanted to touch on some of the things that he did share. Obviously, a very emotional time to get up there in front of Elliott's wife, his family, fellow officers, and so we did, of course, learn more about who Officer Elliott was. He said he had a way to talk to you and instantly make you feel like you'd known him for years. He was the guy that would help you out without hesitation, the guy that would sit with you in silence if that's what you needed. He didn't need credit, he just needed to know the people he loved were okay. And obviously you have to think of the officers who need that same testament, to know that they are okay, and beginning a very traumatic and the next steps forward when it comes to grieving him, remembering him as who he was, while at the same time serving the people in their community as members of law enforcement. Dustin.
Yeah, and Ashton, you have been covering this story since it began exactly 1 week ago, almost every day. I'm curious to know what has struck you, what has stayed with you as you've continued to cover this story in the last 7 days.
I think what stood out the most for all of us is seeing how not only the Beech Grove Police Department, but other agencies in central Indiana, and as we heard, across the country, have came together in a moment like this. We know that the night that this all happened, this tragedy struck, that officers from Indianapolis Metro Police, Indiana State Police, they were already on standby, ready to step in and help Beech Grove Police. And as Chief Maurice mentioned in his eulogy today, there is no amount of training, there is no policy, there is no precedent for a chief to be prepared for the time when you get that dreadful call that two of your officers had been shot in the line of duty. And I think what has stood out the most is how he has composed himself, how he has maintained his character, serving the community that is still in need of help. Obviously, police work doesn't stop, but he's also been there for his officers and the community. As you mentioned, Beech Grove, it's not as big as you would imagine, but he's been able to do just that, support his community while also being there to support his fellow officers.
Yeah, thank you. And along those same lines, Police Chief Maurice, he said, "I do not take it lightly that when our world stopped, you picked us up." And to that point, Gary, I'd like to talk with you a little bit more about that. He said, as Ashton mentioned, there's no playbook, no policy, no amount of training that can prepare you for what what happened with them, losing a police officer, not just losing a police officer, not only losing a police officer, but another officer was injured.
Absolutely, yeah. There's nothing that can prepare you for that. It's something that we all accept, the understanding that could happen, but nothing can make you ready for it. So, they've done admirably, but that support that they've received from, the Beech Grove community, from the FOP Memorial Team, from the other law enforcement agencies and public safety agencies, partner agencies, it's indispensable. It's indescribable how important that all is, and they are there for you immediately. I mean, there's no hesitation. When your moment of need comes, those others are there for you. I mean, your heart is with your people. Those affected, the immediate family, of course, their needs are first and foremost. But it's so critically important for all that support that comes running whenever a critical incident like this occurs.
I want to bring in Jenna Webster. She's along the procession route at the Beech Grove Police Department, which is where one of the most powerful moments of the day will take place, and that is the final 1042 call. Jenna, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Dustin, we are waiting for that procession to arrive. They're going to be coming down Emerson here onto Main Street outside of the police department where this memorial is still, in fact, at this time growing. I've just seen in the last 30 seconds people coming and dropping off more flowers, some stuffed animals, and as the crowd is starting to gather here to pay their respects to Officer Brian Elliott, they will come, they will drive by, we will hear the loudspeaker is set up out here for everybody to hear that final 1042 call. As you know, that is a very meaningful tradition when it comes to police memorials. That signifies their end of watch. When Brian Elliott went out on that call on Monday night, he has not finished his tour of duty. He is still marked. So when they have that final 1042, it is a very emotional moment, kind of marking that end of tour. But one of the things that we've really heard from the family, we've heard from police, is that they want people to know who he is outside of the police department. And we've seen here at the memorial some little tokens that have referenced who he is outside the police department. There's some t-shirts here from Beech Grove High School where he went. I saw a Colts jersey, which, as we know, was his favorite team. One of the things that we did learn was that big Colts fan. His least favorite team, however, is the Los Angeles Lakers. We know that his favorite band, Metallica. I was talking to one woman who was here at the memorial last week. She said that was something that they had in common. She actually wanted to wear her Metallica. She has a special Metallica jacket, but she felt like she wanted this to be his moment and wanted to honor something that they shared in common, even when she didn't know anything about him beyond that. And that's something that you see with these people who are here gathering. There's a few people. Somebody looks like they are wrapped in a Beech Grove High School blanket, somebody else carrying that thin blue line flag. That they're just here waiting for this procession to come through. Again, they'll stop underneath that Garrison flag, listen to that final 1042 call as they continue making their way to Crown Hill Cemetery. And as they're driving down here, they're going to be driving between people placed flags in the dirt. There are blue balloons on some of the light poles. Businesses have special signs in their windows honoring Officer Brian Elliott. And we've heard, from several different people in the police department just how much this community support has meant to them all week. And it'll continue to mean a lot to them as they drive through and see all this. Dustin.
And we saw a video that played actually during the funeral itself with pictures and videos of all of the businesses that have stepped up with memorials and tributes to Brian Elliott as well. Jenna, thank you. I'm going to ask Jenna's photographer, if we can, to kind of pan over and show us that Garrison flag and ask Gary to explain to us really the significance of the Garrison flag and this final 1042 call. Because Jenna said he's technically marked in service until this final call.
Yeah, Brian has remained on duty throughout all these proceedings, and so the final 1042 call, that's the police radio call that we make when we're going off duty. So, to hear that for the final time was a very, very special moment for everybody. It's that radio broadcast will be over all police channels throughout the Marion County area, and even inside of the coach where the family is. They'll have, the officer that's with them will have his or her radio, and so they'll be able to hear that in addition to the loudspeaker that's there. So again, it's one of the more poignant moments for everybody involved, and that'll be all points broadcast throughout Central Indiana.
From there, they will continue on to Crown Hill Cemetery. Our Jenny Runovich is live at the cemetery for us this afternoon, awaiting the processional's arrival. Jenny?
Yeah, Dustin, you know, the funeral service itself was so personal, and we learned so much about Officer Brian Elliott, the man, the officer, the friend, the brother, the husband. This part of the ceremony today, when they proceed to Crown Hill Cemetery, is steeped in tradition. This is for the community, this is for fellow law enforcement officers, and it's something that sadly we've been a part of this tradition far too many times. You know, you had mentioned the Garrison flag where Jenna Webster is at. We also have a Garrison flag here. Wanted to talk a little bit about that. This is a 40 by 60 foot flag. There are actually two of them. The first one you see here is suspended by two fire apparatus from IFD. You can see ladder 9 and ladder 34. They put this up just in the last hour or so. And you know, this kind of shows the connection, the bond between public safety agencies, that IFD comes here to honor a Beech Grove police officer. The procession will actually drive underneath these flags on their way to Crown Hill Cemetery. And it is significant. Once the flag was placed up above the road here, the only traffic that goes under it is the procession. And again, I mentioned that this entire process in Crown Hill is steeped in tradition. We actually want to take you inside Crown Hill Cemetery. We have a camera there, one of our photographers there, in the Heroes of Public Safety section, which is dedicated to fallen officers. This is where Officer Brian Elliott will be laid to rest. This area is 1.5 acres at the cemetery. It is such a unique memorial. It was actually created after September 11th and after the death of Marion County Deputy Jason Baker. The Baker family helped raise money to try and build a lasting memorial, and then this was dedicated September 14th, 2002. This area is located in the most historic area of the southern part of Crown Hill Cemetery, and the Heroes of Public Safety Memorial itself marks the entrance. It's basically a granite slab walk that leads to a Romanesque monument, and it's a quiet space. It's a beautiful space. If you've ever been here during the summertime or the springtime, it's full of flowers. It's really a place where family and friends and fellow law enforcement can visit and reflect, and truly a place befitting heroes. And as I mentioned, we've sadly been here far too often. Officer Elliott will join fellow fallen heroes, names that over the years we've grown to know, names we've mourned, men and women who've made the ultimate sacrifice, just like Brian. Names like Leith, Shanavez, Durham, Burton, Smith, Bradway, Wren, Moore, and Reynolds. Officer Brian Elliott will join those heroes later today. This is where his family, friends, and fellow officers will gather shoulder to shoulder and lay him to rest. So coming up over the next hour or so as we await the procession coming here to Crown Hill, we'll try and give you some insight as well into the services we expect here, some of those traditions that we'll see and listen to as they lay their brother to rest. Dustin.
Jenny, thank you. We'll come back to you shortly. Gary, that was just striking. It struck me hearing Jenny list those names of those officers. It is a tragic reminder that this is not an isolated event. We have been through this a number of times over the years.
Yeah. Even one is one too many.
Yeah.
And we've been through far too many, but it's important what is being done there, not only at Crown Hill, the Heroes of Public Safety section. It is a really serene place that one can go to reflect and to be to commune with the officers and deputies that rest there, for sure. And but it's also a place to honor and reflect and respect, and bring some sense. I'm not a really big believer in closure, but at least it gives certain reverence, certainly, to the family and to the other officers and to to the members of the Beech Grove Police Department and the larger law enforcement community. It's also interesting, Jenny mentioned about the, the other public safety, the fire department there to support with the garrison flags. It's
one family.
Oh, it is.
It's one
Very
very
much
close
so.
family.
Yeah, very much so. And very unique brotherhood and sisterhood. But it's important to them to be there and to offer that support. And those garrison flags, like Jenny said, no other traffic will go underneath them other than those in the procession. And then there's all of the ceremonial events that will occur there in the cemetery as well. But as officers go out on the procession, also from the high school, winding through Beech Grove or making their way to Crown Hill, it's important that people line that route to pay their respects.
Speaking of that route, I want to show you at home, if you want to come out and pay your respects as this processional makes its way to Crown Hill. If you're in the area, let's put that up there. The final 1042, Officer Elliott's last sign off with the department will happen near the police department. And then here's where it's going to go from Beech Grove High School. It's going to go onto I-65 north to 29th Street, take that exit to Illinois, then to 34th Street, and then we'll go straight into Crown Hill Cemetery. Now, to make that happen, we want to show you some interstate closures on the south side of the city. This includes I-65 and 70. And also, this is really important, state police are saying you should not park on the shoulder of the interstate. They want you to come out and pay your respects, pay tribute, but they do not want you to do that on the side of the interstate. So pick one of those streets along the way, one of those side streets to pay your respects there. There are multiple ramp closures across the city too, including Keystone, Raymond, 21st Street, and we have that all at WTHR.com. Want to head to Ashton Hackman again outside Beech Grove High School, where the processional is about to leave and head to Beech Grove High School. Ashton, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Dustin, well, since the last time we talked to you, we have heard the motorcycles that we were mentioning at the start of this procession. Those engines are revved up. As you can see, a lot of men and women in law enforcement are standing by ready to transport Officer Elliott's body away from Beech Grove High School. And we have seen more members of the community start to make their way outside. I don't know if Steve can pan a little bit to the left. You can see some people at this nearby apartment complex. They have made their way out, ready to pay their respects. And down the road as well on Hornet Ave, we just talked to a man who said he wouldn't miss this for anything. He has been through situations like this before. His friend was killed in the line of duty back in 2005, and he has been to countless of these tragic and somber moments to remember an officer killed in the line of duty. He actually told us he, after this, will be getting ready to go down to Florida to honor a trooper that was killed in the line of duty there. So very much rooted in tradition, a time to reflect for not only officers and his family, but the community as well. And we expect, as this procession makes its way to Crown Hill, that we will see even more people out on the side of the road waiting and taking the time to show their respect to Officer Elliott, his family, and the Beech Grove Police Department, and really law enforcement in general, as we've heard countless times today, who are taking today to remember Elliott, but remember the sacrifices that he made, that each and one of them make every single day when they put on that uniform and head to work. So Dustin, we are starting to hear some movement, and of course once this procession begins, we will give you a view of what we are seeing, but obviously a time for officers in the community to come out and show their respects to Beech Grove Police and Officer Brian Elliott.
Ashton, thank you. Gary, in these moments when we're kind of waiting for things to continue, I'm curious what is happening with Brian Elliott's family right now?
Yeah, there are lots of things that are happening behind the scenes right now. Many of the memorial items that were being displayed there are being transported out to the coach or to the vehicles that will be heading to Crown Hill. It's also a time for the family and for the immediate officers, especially the Beech Grove officers, to take some human time. People have to go to the bathroom. They need to make sure they have something to eat or drink, or take care of those human comforts that that still need to happen even in the middle of a funeral. So there's a very human aspect to this that is all engineered in by the organizers from the Critical Incident Memorial Team, that they give the family that time to be together, just or obviously through a very emotional event. So it'll take some private time now to be able to take care of some of those comforts with each other, and that everybody needs to do from time to time, especially before they go out on the procession route.
We heard so many tributes during the funeral from a number of different eulogies. We heard all about the police officer who Brian Elliott was, someone who grew up in Beech Grove, always wanted to be a police officer, was truly proud to carry the badge. But we heard an awful lot just about the friend who he was as well, from one of his very best friends. And let's go ahead and listen to one of his friends as they are talking about their friendship with Officer Brian Elliott.
He cared about me, and that was Elliot. No spotlight, no applause, just steady, solid, there. Elliot didn't just serve a community, he built one. He made people feel safe, feel heard, feel included. Not because of the badge he wore, but because of the man that he was.
That is Joshua Shrum, who is noted in the program as Brian Elliott's best friend. Someone also mentioned, and forgive me, I don't remember whether it was Joshua or it may have been the police chief, Michael Maurice, who said, "It is not how officers died that make them heroes, it is how they lived. And may we be more kind, more dedicated to each other." Kind of issued a request to say this is a way that you can honor who Brian Elliott was. That was the police chief, as I recall.
Yeah, that line is actually inscribed at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., which, if you've never been there, it's another very serene, quiet place, right in the middle of a thriving metropolitan area there in Washington, D.C. It's just such a beautiful space that everybody should visit when they're in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Taking a live look at the garrison flag at Crown Hill Cemetery, where Brian Elliott will be laid to rest here very shortly. The processional making its way from Beech Grove High School to the Beech Grove Police Department for the final 1042 call, and then on to Crown Hill. We are about to sign off here on Channel 13. We're going to continue our coverage on streaming, but as we say goodbye to those who are watching on Channel 13 right now, Gary Woodruff, what would you want this officer's family to know today?
Yeah, that the community is with them and that they will never be forgotten.
Yeah, we heard that in spades during the service today, and I hope that they feel this community's love wrapped around them as they move forward, because as we've talked about this morning, it's not just the day of the funeral and the day after or the week after, but it's the months and years ahead as well.
Absolutely.
All right, Gary, thank you for all of your insight with us today. We're going to say goodbye on WTHR. We'll see you on WTHR.com here in just a second.
When I think of Brian, I'll remember his joy, his bravery, but also his humility. Brian was humble. We are not celebrating his life in downtown Indianapolis at some large sporting venue. We are home, in the community he grew up in, where he went to school, and where he sacrificed it all to serve and protect us.
I watched the body cam video with one of my deputy chiefs. What I saw was a shift displaying all the characteristics I already listed. 2 officers heard a cry for help, and without hesitation, answered that cry. Officer Brian Elliott, it was an honor to have served alongside you. We will continue to carry on your sacrifice from here.
He made people feel safe, feel heard, feel included. Not because of the badge he wore, but because of the man that he was.
Welcome back to our streaming coverage of the funeral and burial of Beech Grove police officer Brian Elliott, who was killed in the line of duty exactly 1 week ago. We have completed the funeral service, and we are now streaming here on WTHR Plus, here with Gary Woodruff, retired police officer, former chief of the Lawrence Police Department. We'll get his insight here in just a second, but I do want to go to Jenna Webster. She is along the procession route at Beech Grove Police Department, the headquarters there, where the final 1042 call is going to be held. Actually, yeah, let's go to Jenna now. Jenna, have you seen any indication that they may be getting close?
I'm sorry, Dustin, do you mind repeating that question real quick?
Sure, no problem. I'm just asking if you have seen any indication whether they're getting close to your location.
You know, I'm not entirely sure yet. They have just taken some of the barricades off of the corner of Emerson and Main Street, because we do know that the procession is going to be turning left here onto Main Street where I'm standing right now. So that might be an indication that they're coming relatively soon. I do believe we have some loudspeakers out where they're going to be playing that final 1042 radio call. And I do believe I heard an announcement that there was going to be a special announcement coming out over the radio. We know that this is going to go out over all of central Indiana in 10 minutes. So again, that might be an indication that they are very quickly coming on their way here. But I did want to talk about a little bit how we've mentioned so much that Beech Grove was Officer Brian Elliott's hometown. This was where he grew up. This is where he served. And we heard just some little tributes to the life that he lived and his service here during his funeral. One of the things that Officer James Kaufman was kind of talking about, kind of joking about as a laugh, that here on Main Street during the Taylor Swift Eras Tour concert when she stopped in Indianapolis, I don't know if you remember these Taylor Swift concerts, one of the things that people were always handing out to everyone, whether you were friends or not, was friendship bracelets. And he remembered Officer Brian Elliott standing here on Main Street, exchanging with other officers, with the community, these friendship bracelets. And again, Mayor Kaufman says that he was not a Taylor Swift fan. We know that his favorite band was Metallica, but this was just one of the ways that he was part of his community, that he was part of his hometown. And all these people that are here waiting for this procession to come through, waiting for that final 1042 call, are here to pay their respects to the man that was part of their community. You see people carrying flags. People have been coming and dropping off more flowers and tributes to him at his memorial. You can see a few people that are standing by that memorial right now that we're just kind of taking a moment to look at it and take it all in. There is a wooden flag at this memorial that I was talking to the man who dropped it off last week. He was retired from the Clinton County Sheriff's Department, and it is actually signed by different departments, different law enforcement from across the state that he brought here. When he was here on Wednesday, he just paused at this memorial and appeared to be saying a prayer, just kind of taking a moment for Officer Brian Elliott. But again, all these people are standing here underneath the Garrison flag with flags of their own. And I believe, you know, just maybe in a few minutes, Dustin, that this procession might be coming through.
All right, Jenna, thank you. I want to take you live now just outside Beech Grove High School, where it is about to begin. This is where the funeral ended moments ago. They have been lining up. We learned there are more than 500 vehicles as part of this processional. These are, in large part, police vehicles, hundreds of police officers and their family members, along with friends of Officer Brian Elliott, who are a part of this this powerful moment as this processional makes its way to Crown Hill Cemetery and the Heroes of Public Safety section of Crown Hill Cemetery. You know, Gary, Jenna was talking about how Brian Elliott isn't exactly a Taylor Swift fan, and everybody kind of got a kick out of that. I was reminded when she was talking about that, about the videos that we've seen in the last couple of days about him in a Grinch costume, and just how important do you think moments of levity are at times like this?
Oh, they're so important. You know, those community events that we all participate in, whether it's a national night out, 4th of July, it's a really big deal there in Beech Grove, just like it is in Lawrence. And, you know, those are the fun parts. Yeah, you're there for a purpose. You're there to serve and protect, of course, and to make sure those events are safe. But there's also a great time to interact with the public, and you know, in the smaller communities, especially in every community, but especially the smaller ones, you know, everybody knows each other, you know, and frequently on a first name basis. and they're just great community gatherings to be able to do things like the friendship bracelet exchanges during the Taylor Swift stop here in Indianapolis, and other things, and those are really, you never know when you're going to make an impression on someone. I've had people approach me that met me 30 plus years ago, and they remember the interaction that you may or may not remember. So you have those opportunities to make those impressions on people, and clearly Officer Elliott made significant impact on his community, on the Beech Grove community, in a relatively short time.
Jenny Runovich is at Crown Hill Cemetery and joins us now live. Jenny, so what are you seeing there? You're near the Garrison flag, right? There are a number of Garrison flags along this processional route.
Yeah, this is a 40 by 60 foot flag that's hung between two fire apparatus here along 34th Street, just outside Crown Hill Cemetery. Two ladder trucks from IFD are actually putting up this flag. And if you see a second flag further down, those are actually tow truck drivers from the Beech Grove area who chose to come out as well and put up a flag too. So right now this is empty, but when the procession comes through, this is where hundreds of vehicles, as you've mentioned, will drive down 34th Street, thin blue line, car by car, making their way into Crown Hill Cemetery to honor the life and legacy of Officer Brian Elliott. The procession is actually already moving by Beech Grove High School. So this is the start of that procession that will wind its way from Beech Grove here to Indianapolis to Crown Hill Cemetery. There are motorcycles, there are police vehicles, there are officers from all around the state, all around the country who want to be here to honor Officer Brian Elliott's life and legacy. And this procession will continue until they get to Crown Hill, where they will lay him to rest, a final fitting tribute at Crown Hill Cemetery in what's called the Heroes of Public Safety section. That event, that final tribute when they lay him to rest, is really steeped in tradition, and that's for a reason. This is something that law enforcement as a whole kind of leans on in these horrific times, leans on these traditions to kind of get them through. And some of those include bagpipers and drummers that will follow the hearse. Those are bagpipers from, pipers and drummers from across the state often that will play that mournful sound, play Amazing Grace, and honor his sacrifice. We understand there will also be a riderless horse once they arrive, once this procession you're seeing arrives here at Crown Hill. That's actually a custom borrowed from the U.S. Army, a warrior who will ride no more, that leads the procession to the final resting place here at Crown Hill. The boots on that riderless horse actually sit backward in the stirrups, and that's to represent a fallen hero looking back on his troops. So just a couple of the major traditions that are part of paying tribute to the service and sacrifice of Officer Brian Elliott. Dustin?
There's so many poignant moments, really, from beginning to end, from the funeral itself to what we're seeing right here, this just car after car after car with their lights on. That thin blue line, a reminder, Gary, of the unity and the brotherhood and sisterhood that is police work.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so meaningful to the community, to the family. That mutual support is there, represented by all of the law enforcement officers and agencies that have attended the funeral here and are going on the procession route. And I think it's also important to note that for families, for people who are coming to view the procession route, make sure you pull off in a safe place. Mm-hmm. Don't just stop on the side of the road. Pull off on a safe place into a parking lot, so that you can view everything from a safe location, particularly out there on the interstate.
Police have asked specifically that if you do show up to support Officer Elliott and his family and friends in this processional, do so, but don't park on the interstate. Good point. Find a parking lot or something along one of the routes. They are going to take I-65. They're leaving there from Beech Grove High School, headed onto the interstate, going to head north on 65 till they just get north of downtown. They'll exit on the 29th Street ramp, then head to Illinois, and then to 34th Street, and then from 34th Street, they'll head into Crown Hill Cemetery. And they are moments away from reaching the Beech Grove Police Department, the funeral coach that is, carrying Officer Elliott's body. They have almost reached the Beech Grove Police Department, which is where they will do the final 1042 call, which is probably one of the most poignant moments of the day, Gary.
It is, and the reason for that is Officer Elliott has been considered on duty since this incident occurred, all the way through up until now. He's been considered on duty. So this will be the final marking of him going off duty. Police code, it's 1042 here in Marion County. We'll be going 1042 for the last time.
Well, as we've heard from you today, officers, they accept the risk, but you never become immune to the loss.
No, you don't. There's nothing can really prepare you for that sense of loss, even though, it's part of what we accept when we come on to a police agency, when you go into this profession, when you're called into this, and it is a calling for most any successful law enforcement officer. And so this is a great time for the family to be able to see all the community support, especially gathered there outside of the Beech Grove Police Department. This is a new building that they just recently built and opened in the last few years, and then they have a training facility that's right behind it. So it's a brand new building for the public to be able to interact with their law enforcement agency and officers there in Beech Grove. And
we just saw a moment ago on the right-hand part of the screen is where that memorial was, that makeshift memorial where people had been leaving cards and letters and gifts on top of Officer Elliott's police SUV.
Yeah, and from the time period from when this incident occurred up until now, it's a great place for the community to come and gather and to share their support and their mourning. The community is mourning right along with the police department, and it's so impressive to see all the different agencies represented there. Just saw a Carmel police car. Seen several IMPD and other agencies represented. Then the unmarked vehicles would probably be federal law enforcement, maybe representatives from the prosecutor's office.
There's IMPD.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, IMPD is covering for Beech Grove police officers during the funeral, which is something we often see when this happens. Is another police department will step up and say, "We're going to cover your calls during the funeral."
We call that a takeover, and many of us have participated in those as well, where another agency will come in and take over your district so that all of your officers can attend the proceedings that are happening today. And that takeover probably started last night and will continue on throughout today and probably conclude with the morning shift tomorrow morning.
As we look at the police cars as part of the processional, I'm also looking at the people. You can see just beyond the line of cars there, some folks waving American flags with the thin blue line there, and other people near the tent by Officer Elliott's car. Many of whom, many knew Officer Elliott just because this is such a small town, a town of just 15,000 people, but also so many people who never knew this man, but felt compelled to be here and honor his life and his ultimate sacrifice, serving them, serving the community where he grew up to serve and protect.
Yeah, the Beech Grove school system even closed the schools today. So if parents chose to do so, they could bring their kids down to see what's happening here. And you see that quite often, actually, that where parents will choose to bring their children and other loved ones to line the procession route to pay respect and to support the community and support their law enforcement officers, and it's very meaningful for everyone. Yeah. I can tell you when the family goes through and sees this, it's just incredibly meaningful to them, to all the officers that are there, but in particular to the ones that serve the Beech Grove community, and certainly to Officer Elliott's family.
What can we do that truly helps beyond today, do you think?
Yeah, certainly continuing to offer that support, and we talked about it earlier, but you see that law enforcement officer out there just giving that moment of recognition, that, hey, I see you. appreciate you. It doesn't have to be anything really big. I think a lot of it too is just educating, especially educating the next generation that's coming up, and making sure that they understand that their police officers are there to help them, and we're protectors and public servants at heart. Sometimes we have to do things we would not necessarily want to have to do, but it's all part of protecting and serving the community that we're sworn to do so, and just continuing to support the officers, especially there in any community, but the smaller communities, are greatly impacted by events like this, and so continuing to support that law enforcement officer whenever they see them, out and about, see them doing something, just keeping them in their thoughts. If you're a praying person, that's that's always beneficial also. And if nothing else, just whenever you encounter that police officer out there, hey, appreciate you. I see you.
And Chief Michael Maurice talked about that resolve and feeling that love and support during his eulogy during the service. He said in the last week they have seen resolve and unity that he and everybody appreciated so much. He also thanked everyone for being here for them. He's talked about an outpouring of support from across the country. He said, "I do not take it lightly that when our world stopped, you picked us up." Man, what a statement.
Yeah, and that's to the community. That's also to the other public safety officials that all converge when something like this happens. When you're the affected agency, you almost go into a sense of autopilot, and there will be moments throughout this time period that they'll remember specifically. There'll be other moments that somebody will remind them of, and they'll be like, "I have no recollection of that whatsoever. Thank you for reminding me." And so to have that critical incident response and memorial team from the Fraternal Order of Police to help guide an agency through all of these decision points and to support them, the support that the FOP provides is, again, it's indispensable. Something as simple as making sure that all the attendees here, as they're leaving and they're going out on the procession route, that little snack bag they could pick up. That has water in it, that has sustainment items. It's something as simple as that. Somebody had to put all that together.
And it makes a difference.
It makes a huge difference. You can easily go out throughout the course of a day like this and forget to eat, forget to go to the bathroom, forget to have something, drink water, stay hydrated. So just to have that little care package assembled, ready to go, all you have to do is go through, pick it up, and take it to your car with you. It's that ongoing level of support, those little details that sadly we've learned, by doing far too many of these over the years, but nonetheless, they're important things to do. There's also the wellness support, the officer wellness and the emotional support that comes along with this. There are professionals who are a part of that critical incident response team that will come in and work with an agency, work through that cycle that everybody feels, that everybody experiences as they're going through periods like this. It's important to have those tools and to understand and to be able to take those off ramps when you need to, and be able to manage your emotions in as positive a way as can be during times like this.
How long of a process is that? Does that depend on the circumstance? Does it depend on the case, the department? Because I would imagine, there are some guidelines there, but you really don't have a set
I can tell
policy.
I can tell you definitively that's an ongoing process. It doesn't really stop. You manage it. There's a new normal. Like I said earlier, I'm not really a big believer in closure. I just don't necessarily believe in that. But there is a new normal, and they will be, the Beech Grove Police Department in particular will be permanently affected by this. They'll never forget. And you apply the lessons that you learn the next time, so hopefully you don't have to go through it again. Sadly, there will be other circumstances, like this for another police agency. We know that. We hope it's a very, very long time from now, of course. But the fact of the matter is, even one of these is one too many. And so to be able to provide those resources that are needed, in this case with our colleagues at the Beech Grove Police Department, is of critical importance. To be able to provide those off-ramps and that sense of some normalcy and stability. and then eventually getting back to work will be of help. And maybe perhaps the biggest thing, leaning on each other and receiving that community support. They will never be more united at Beech Grove than they are now.
Yeah. We've heard that from any number of folks, from everyday folks who are there to pay tribute to the police chief, to the mayor. And you talk about support for police, which is so incredibly critical in the immediate future and then ongoing. This young man, 33 years old, left behind a wife of only a few years, Erin Miller. They were married in October of 2023. His dad, Bob, his mom, Paula, his brother, Sam, his sister, Rachel. Can you talk a little bit about how the law enforcement community continues to support the family after the loss of a police officer?
Yeah, keeping them involved. First of all, a lot of that depends on them and how they want to do, how they want to move forward with their lives, and their lives will move forward. Different families decide to do that in different ways, and that's okay. There's no good way to do this. There's no right way. There's just the way they do it. But the law enforcement community will continue to be there, continue to remember them. There will be continuing memorials done, every year to remember Officer Elliott. Coming up in May during Police Week, his name will be inscribed in the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial there in Washington, D.C. During Police Week in May. And members of the Beech Grove Police Department and the family will be out there to participate in those events, and those are very special events that honors law enforcement throughout the week there in Washington, D.C. And it's a very special time, and then the ongoing wellness support, the resiliency support from professionals and from peers. That peer support is so important. There are trained critical incident stress management professionals who will be there in the short, mid, and long term to be able to support the Beech Grove Police Department and Officer Elliott's family as they walk their path in the aftermath of all this. And they'll never be forgotten, of course, but each family will indicate, each family member, even individually, will indicate what they need with that support from entities like Concerns of Police Survivors, cops.
Which the public can support too. I mean, talk about ways, people ask, what can I do? How can I help support police officers, family members? That's a way that people can.
They can by participating in those agencies. There's often, ways for financial support. The Central Indiana Police Foundation is a great local entity that helps support law enforcement officers in their time of need. That's the group that provides all of the trauma kits for all of the police officers throughout Indiana that we've used countless times to save lives. Every officer carries one of those. So, donating your time, your treasure, your talent to those particular entities, those are also great ways of giving back. And during the special events that happen in every community, the National Night Out events, the 4th of July event, which again is a really big deal there in Beech Grove. Being able to have that positive interaction with your local law enforcement, and just going up to the police station and visiting, maybe making a pan of brownies or something and taking them up there, can something as simple of a gesture as that can be just so meaningful and so impactful.
If you're just joining us on our stream, you are watching live coverage of the final goodbye to Officer Brian Elliott, who was killed in the line of duty exactly 1 week ago. The funeral for Officer Elliott wrapped up about 50 minutes ago, and what you're looking at right now is a procession of more than 500 vehicles, police cars, sheriff's vehicles, other first responders who attended this funeral to celebrate the life and legacy of this young man whose picture you see right there on that piece of artwork outside the Beech Grove Police Department. They are making their way, as we speak, to Crown Hill Cemetery and the Heroes of Public Safety section, where Officer Elliott will be laid to rest. And in a moment here, we are going to see the funeral coach stop under the garrison flag at the Beech Grove Police Department for the final 1042 call. I believe Ashton Hackman is outside Beech Grove High School where the funeral was held a little while ago. Ashton, these are such powerful images here.
Truly they are, Dustin. As we've mentioned, we have been watching this procession leave Beech Grove High School from today's ceremony for the better part of probably 10 to 20 minutes now. Officers from as far north as South Bend, we've seen officers from as far south as Evansville be a part of this truly remarkable display of not just lights, but solidarity. And the one police agency that we, of course, have not seen in this procession yet is Beech Grove. They will be at the very end. They are off in the distance, ready for when the time comes. But we still have countless more police vehicles to get through before Officer Elliott makes his way into the procession as well. So like we've been saying, just a show of strength and a show of solidarity for the law enforcement community as agencies from across Indiana are a part of this today. And we've seen agencies outside of Indiana as well be here today for their fellow brothers and sisters in law enforcement. Just truly remarkable to take in.
Ashton, thank you. There is a live look right now at I-65 there, the processional route making its way up the interstate. They've left from Beech Grove, heading north on I-65. They'll kind of navigate their way through the downtown area, and then they'll exit onto 29th Street and then to 34th Street, where they will make their way to Crown Hill Cemetery. But that is another look there at some of the many, many police vehicles as part of this processional making their way from the funeral service to the burial service, which will take place at Crown Hill Cemetery. There's a live look at Beech Grove High School, where the final 1042 call will be held. On the right, you can kind of barely see the memorial where the public has been leaving mementos the last week for Officer Elliott as a tribute to him. We also have live pictures, I believe, of Crown Hill Cemetery. Gary Woodruff, I want to bring you in here for a second again to talk a little bit about what is going to happen once Officer Elliott and his family arrives here at this location.
Yeah, what we're looking at now is the Heroes of Public Safety section of Crown Hill Cemetery. It's such a serene location, but the officers, the Beech Grove officers and Honor Guard will gather there. Once the coach arrives transporting Officer Elliott, the Honor Guard will walk along beside that vehicle. There'll be bags and pipes and drum corps of people coming and donating their time from all over the state. They'll walk through Crown Hill up to the Heroes of Public Safety section here, where the final Graveside services will occur. We'll hear the traditional 21 gun salute. We'll hear the playing of taps. We'll hear, any other, final services that will occur there that are specific to the family. All of this has been specifically planned every moment by the Critical Incident Response Memorial Team at the direction of, or the request of, or the approval of the Elliott family and or the Beech Grove Police Department. So there's nothing that's happening here that's by chance. I think Jenny mentioned earlier they'll have the riderless horse with the boots facing backwards. All of that is very much steeped in military tradition. Law enforcement is somewhat of a paramilitary organization. Mm-hmm. We borrow a lot of our traditions from military service and apply them to these specific memorializations. And it's also important to note that there's in addition to the coverage that we're doing, there's an IMPD officer that memorializes all these by producing a very just exceptionally well done video for the family specifically. His name is Ron Shelnut. He does an amazing job, and he's done this for far too many of these funerals. But the memorial video that he produces with his team is just phenomenal, and he's a very talented person. And so it's things as simple as that are done, going to be conducted there in Crown Hill, and again, it's all meant to support the family, to support the officers with Beech Grove, and to give the appropriate honors to the life of Officer Elliott.
One of the one of the many powerful moments in the funeral service was when Brian Wolf from the Marion County Sheriff's Office, for those of you who are streaming and have been with us since the funeral, I want you to remember back for a second, Amazing Grace that was sung at the very beginning of the service today. It was a different kind of Amazing Grace. This was the Policeman's Tribute, which was actually designed by Brian Wolf, who also sang it. And that was just so powerful.
Yeah, he's done one too many of these also, but he does an amazing job at contributing his talents to these memorial services. And again, that's all part of the offerings that are made by the Critical Incident Response Memorial Team from the state FOP. And he's contributed his talent to many of these at the request of the family, and it's everybody contributes in their own small ways, and that's a very powerful, one of the powerful ones. In this case they opened the service with his rendering of Amazing Grace, and it's all meant to support the family and the officers at the Beech Grove Police Department.
You have been, as you mentioned, you've been to far too many services like this. You've watched too many. One is too many. Does anything in particular stand out to you about what we've seen today, you think?
Certainly the outpouring, the community support, and the outpouring that we see. And I will have to say that with this one, there were some unusual musical at the request of the family, and,
yep.
And ultimately that it's what they want, and those are clearly meaningful to them in some way. That's why they chose them. So I don't know that we hear Fiddler on the Roof music very often at a law enforcement funeral, but that's
and followed by Prince, right?
Followed by
Purple
Prince,
Rain.
yeah. And that's obviously what was meaningful to the family, and that's what all of this is about. All of the people that have come together and gathered to do their part are doing so in support of Officer Elliott, Officer Elliott's family, and the members of the Beech Grove Police Department. Ultimately, that's what all this focus is about.
And so much of the focus was not only on who this officer was as a law enforcement officer who proudly put on that badge every day, but also just as a 33-year-old local guy who grew up in Beech Grove, always wanted to be a police officer. He was a proud Beech Grove Hornet, married his wife Erin in October of 2023. Some of the fun tidbits we've learned about him along the way. He was the vice president of the Circle City Cigar Club. Loved cigars, loved playing the bass guitar, and loved to make people laugh. He also had an infectious smile. He loved bourbon. And I believe his friend said, just a couple of minutes with this guy and you'd want to be his friend.
I think we've learned that Brian Elliott was quite a character. And,
he was.
And you'll see that often within the public safety and law enforcement profession, and specifically. People see the uniforms and they have a tendency to kind of characterize law enforcement in a certain way, and we're human beings beyond that. And here we're starting to see many of the members of the Beech Grove Police Department in the procession, so we should be getting somewhat close to the coach being on the move. But yeah, I wrote down here music, bourbon, motorcycles, cigars. That's a pretty potent combo there.
That's right. I'm reminded of, I think we saw some of the videos that were shared with us in the last week. He was wearing a Grinch costume around Christmas time. So just a fun guy. And
yeah, and that's really quite common to those of us that are called to the law enforcement profession. And you need those moments of levity to somewhat break the tension, and there are different ways of managing the stressors that come along with doing things that not many are called to do. But to those of us who are called, nothing else will be satisfactory.
The mayor said during the funeral today, Brian Elliott represents the best that Beech Grove is, and we are all better for having known him. You are taking a live look at Beech Grove High School, and what Gary mentioned is likely the end of the procession here. Leaving the high school, Beech Grove police cars headed to Crown Hill Cemetery. They will make a stop at the Beech Grove Police Department for that final 1042 call, because as we've mentioned, technically, this officer is still marked in service, right?
Yes, he is still considered on duty, even to this very moment, and is not marked off duty yet. And they'll be doing so with a very special, 1042 call. The telecommunicator or the person who's been designated to do that has been specifically chosen to do so, probably by the family, if not the Beech Grove Police Department. And it is very meaningful to everybody that's there, and the officer that's with the family. They'll have their radio inside of the coach with the family, so they'll be able to hear that call. And it's one of the very, very poignant moments of the entire service here. It's probably one of the most powerful.
These are the Beech Grove police motorcycles that are now just leaving the high school, headed to Crown Hill. And they are stopped, representing the kind of the end of the line here, with the coach carrying Officer Brian Elliott to the Public Safety Heroes section, the Heroes of Public Safety section of Crown Hill Cemetery.
During these moments leading up to this, the family has been able to take care of some of their personal needs, and be able to have some sustainment items at their disposal. And
it's a long day. I mean, logistically, you've got to have a moment to do some of that.
Indeed, it is a very long day, and you have to take care of those human needs that everybody has throughout the course of a long day like this, and it also gives them a time to reflect on what's happened so far, and to consider what's to come. And just seeing again the people that are there to support them, not just from the Beech Grove Police Department, but from the memorial team. It's a dedicated group of individuals that does what they do far too often in this state. They've become a national model for how these events are conducted here in the state of Indiana and throughout the country.
Well, departments are clearly thankful. Sorry that they have to be, of course, going through a tragedy like this, but thankful for that model that clearly has made a difference in supporting the community and the family of these fallen officers, these fallen heroes. As we take a live look at the hearse, the funeral coach carrying Officer Brian Elliott from Beech Grove High School to Crown Hill Cemetery, with a stop right there here in just a moment at Beech Grove Police Headquarters for the final 1042 call. You can see, as our photographer pans to the left, just car after car, more than 500 in all, more than 500 vehicles as part of this processional. Most of them, as you can see, are police cars. Ashton Hackman was telling me telling all of us he'd seen police cars from South Bend, Mishawaka, Evansville. We've seen officers here from West Lafayette, from Lebanon, across the state. And as Gary, as you were saying, we see this because you are a brotherhood and a sisterhood. And I was watching our coverage of the visitation last night, and an officer said, when one of us dies, a part of all of us dies.
Yeah, it's very true, and that not only affects everyone here in Central Indiana, certainly in Beech Grove, but that ripple effect extends out throughout Central Indiana and really across the country. And it's not a cliche. It's a truthful fact that ripple effect is felt, and that's very well said by the person that said that.
Yeah, we're taking a live look now at the interstate. This is I-65 as the funeral processional makes its way toward Crown Hill, where he will be laid to rest very soon, this afternoon, after that final 1042 call. I'm thinking also right now of Police Chief Michael Maurice, who we have heard a lot from in the last week, who was clearly just incredibly saddened and taking it taking it hard. These are his men. He knows these guys. He hired them. He thanked everybody for being here for them, for the outpouring of support from across the country. And he said, there's no playbook, there's no policy, no act, no amount of training that can prepare you for the loss of an officer. But he thanked other departments from around the country for picking them up when their world shattered Monday night.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, there's nothing that can prepare you for anything like what they are experiencing, what Chief Maurice and the entire department are experiencing, and no chief, no mayor, no member of the community, of the public safety community wants to have to go through this. But if we have to, let it be us in our time, and we'll support them as a whole in getting through it, and to see where the members of the public have gathered there. And I can tell you that's so meaningful to the family, seeing those displays, those signs, people with the American flags and the thin blue line flags. It's so incredibly meaningful to all. It's one of the things that stands out for me when we had our period in 2005, where we went through this. Seeing the public out there, offering that support, just their presence, it made a significant impact, obviously.
Well, thank you for sharing that. That's important to know. And as you mentioned, not just showing up today, but also showing up long after. And you were saying it's something as simple as just saying thank you when you see an officer out in the community, recognizing what they have chosen to do, which is go to work every day and literally put their life on the line to serve and protect.
Very true, and it can be something just as simple as that, and just as simple as that recognition. I see you, appreciate you, and it doesn't have to be anything more profound than that. And then some people choose to do more, but something just as simple as that can be very meaningful, and is so appreciated by every officer continuing to serve in their community, and the public safety family as a whole, if you will. It certainly is your law enforcement officers, but the civilian support staff, the telecommunicators, people that are working in the correctional facilities, and prosecutor's office, and really the whole myriad of the public safety family and group that comes together in moments like this to support each other and to offer all of our small parts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well beyond the officers who put on the badge and are on the street, as you mentioned, people who are the dispatchers who are communicating with them completely. And someone has been selected, you mentioned, to do that final 1042 call.
Yes, the person who's going to be offering that this afternoon has been specifically selected to do so. And it's a great honor for them to do so. There's also a backup, so if they would happen to...
All right, so we are moments away from the final 1042 call here outside the Beech Grove Police Department. We'll stay quiet out of respect.
Beech Grove 59. Beech Grove 59, Officer Brian Elliott. On February 16th, 2026, Officer Brian Elliott of the Beech Grove Police Department answered his final call. While investigating a disturbance, Officer Elliott was fatally shot. There is no greater love than a man that would lay down their life for another. Beech Grove Police Department, Officer Brian Elliott, Beech Grove 59, is 1042. He has gone home for the final time. A Authority FOP 1420. Signal 100 listed. Resume normal traffic.
Vegas 291 wants to advise when we can release 4000 Emerson. Stand by. We'll release.
And there it is, that final 1042 call. Officer Brian Elliott has gone home for the final time. What goes through your mind, Gary, and your heart when you hear that?
Well, nobody wants to hear that. You know, it's a very poignant moment. Again, all this is to focus on the family and on, you know, and on the officers of the Beech Grove Police Department. But Officer Elliott has been considered on duty since this incident occurred. And so to hear that final rendering, you know, it's a very poignant moment. It's very meaningful to all the attendees, all the officers that are there, the people that were able to listen on the public broadcast there. Mm-hmm. And you know, it is that kind of sense of finality as far as the duty is concerned. And now it's time to move on to the portion there at Crown Hill of the remembrance and of the honors that are occurring today. So there's a sense of finality to that, but there's also a sense of honor as well, and most importantly, supporting you know, his family and the officers of the Beech Grove Police Department.
You mentioned some finality, but earlier you said that you are not personally in favor of calling anything closure. You've been through, sadly, you have been through several of these. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah. I think closure is perhaps too big of a word. You know, closure kind of indicates a closing of a circle, if you will, and this circle never closes. It's ongoing. I would prefer to be referred to as a new normal, or you know, there is a sense of finality to it, certainly to a 1042 call, for instance, as an example of that. But you know, I think a new normal is a better standard, a healthier standard to try to attain. I do think that people who think that there's going to be some sense of closure, you just never really sense that, and you know, that's okay. And again, these are lessons that we have learned over a period of years in managing the stressors of these times and these periods that we're going through, is perhaps altering our expectations when it comes to the long term, and you know, there's a permanent change here. There's somebody missing,
yeah, and
I don't know if there's closure to that, but there is a new normal.
Yeah, no, there's a hole in your heart that never goes away.
Yeah, it's a good way to say it. Yeah. But you know, again, the continuing support of all the people that are there to support, from the law enforcement, you know, professional family to the community to the family members, you know, ultimately coming together. That's most important here.
From the Beech Grove Police Department, they are now headed to Officer Brian Elliott's final resting place, the Public Safety Heroes section of Crown Hill Cemetery. Jenny Runovich is there live for us this afternoon. Jenny, are you seeing a bit of the processional yet?
Not yet, but you mentioned 500 vehicles. That'll take a while, obviously, to get here to us. We're at 34th and Boulevard Place, just outside Crown Hill Cemetery. This is where that large procession will drive down before they enter the cemetery. 2 garrison flags, one from IFD with ladder 9 and ladder 34. That's kind of the official garrison flag. And then they're actually further down, you can see some tow trucks that are actually from the Beech Grove area. Those guys decided to come out and hang a flag themselves. And I can tell you that, you know, this area is quiet now, but there's almost a poignancy to that solitude, to that quiet here, knowing what's to come. And that's going to be a long line of fellow officers and friends and family members entering Crown Hill Cemetery. They will make their way to the Heroes of Public Safety section, which is that very special place dedicated to fallen officers in our community. We can give you a look at that area. It's basically 1.5 acres, a real unique memorial that was dedicated in 2002. It's in the most historic area of the southern part of Crown Hill Cemetery. The memorial actually marks the entrance. There's a granite slab, kind of a walkway that leads to a big monument with columns. And then people who have served our community through police officers and firefighters and other public servants. They are in this quiet space laid to rest, a beautiful place where family and friends and fellow law enforcement can come and honor their service. I can tell you also that part of the ceremony that will happen there for the graveside services, everything was planned by the memorial team that worked with the family. So everything that happens was chosen by the family. And much of those events that we'll see as they lay Officer Brian Elliott to rest is also steeped in tradition. And one of those that I've found has been really meaningful when I've covered these in the past, and sadly we have covered far too many of these, is near the end, usually the police chief of the agency will present the American flag to the family of the fallen officer. And then often the police agency that last had a line of duty death in Indiana will present a thin blue line flag. You've seen them around the community. They look like an American flag and have that blue line through them, kind of representing the support for public safety, the support for police, and how this thin blue line is such a bond for these officers and the community. So in this case, that would be carried by a member of the Delaware County Sheriff's Office. They were the last department in Indiana to sadly experience a line of duty death. If you'll remember Corporal Blake Reynolds, who passed away last year. But that thin blue line flag will be presented to the family as well. And I think that just speaks to the bond. It speaks to the solemn moment and the compassion that all of these fellow officers have for one of their own. They're laying a brother, a friend to rest, but they want that family to know that we've got you. We've got your back. And that's just kind of one of the tangible tributes that they give to the family, so that they know we are here from you beyond what happens on this day. Back out here live outside Crown Hill Cemetery, we can tell you we saw a few officers. I may have paused for a moment. We saw a few patrol cars and motorcycles enter, but I think that's just kind of the folks that are leading the way and showing where we're going to come through once the procession makes its way down 34th Street. I can also tell you that in the last 15 minutes or so, we've seen a lot of people come out here, kind of park nearby and say, you know what, I want to be here to help honor Officer Brian Elliott. If you see the woman over there with the flag, her nephew works for Carmel PD, and she said, I had to be out here. I want to honor his service, and I know the risks that these officers, including my own family members, take, and I want to be here so that they know, the family knows that we care. We've also seen some children come with their parents. A little while ago, I spoke to a retired IPD officer who retired back in 2000, and he said, you know, I'm not going into the service, but I just wanted to be here for a moment and just wanted to pay my respects and show that we care. And it is that greater community, that pause that we all take today, that hopefully will mean a lot to Officer Elliott's family. Dustin?
Absolutely, Jenny. Not just the law enforcement community, but members of the public saying, we've got your back. If you're just joining us streaming on WTHR Plus, we have been bringing you live coverage of the funeral and final goodbye for Officer Elliott, Officer Brian Elliott, the Beech Grove police officer who was killed in the line of duty last week. And over the last several hours, we have been bringing you the images of the funeral processional from the Beech Grove High School, where the funeral service began, to the Beech Grove Police Department, where the final 1042 call was held, and then finally to the Heroes of Public Safety section of Crown Hill Cemetery, where we just saw Jenny, where Officer Elliott will be laid to rest. We heard from Mayor James Kaufman from Beech Grove during the funeral, who said, Brian Elliott is a police officer who laid down his life to serve and protect his hometown, who loved his community and acted valiantly. But police work did not define all that he was. He was a Beech Grove Hornet. He loved music. He loved bourbon, motorcycles, and his wife, Erin. We also heard from the police chief about Officer Elliott's sacrifice. Take a listen.
Why do we continue to find and hire only the best? Previously, I would have told you to come see for yourself. I don't have to tell you that anymore. Officer Elliott and his shift's actions are on full display for the whole world to see and read about.
That was Police Chief Michael Maurice talking about the ultimate sacrifice of Officer Brian Elliott 1 week ago when he knocked down that door of the apartment trying to get to a woman screaming for help, a call described by police as a domestic disturbance call. Gary Woodruff is retired police officer, retired chief of the Lawrence Police Department. He's been joining us to help provide some insight and kind of guide us through what's happening today. Can you tell us a little bit about what is going to happen? Actually, before we do that, I want to go to Jenna Webster. She's live outside the police department in Beech Grove as that procession makes its way through past the police department and to the cemetery. Jenna?
Yeah, Dustin, this procession has now just come through. I actually want to kind of draw your attention over here where the Indianapolis Fire Department is just now folding up that garrison flag, kind of the last moments of people leaving after paying their respects. But as they're bringing down this garrison flag, you can see that there's kind of a line of traffic behind that's waiting to come through here, because as we know that once the garrison flag is up, only the procession can drive underneath. But as we heard that 1042 final call as the procession came through, there just was so many people along the streets here. Just some people, it was very solemn. Some people had their hand over their heart. Some people were holding up a salute to Officer Brian Elliott. Others were holding up a flag. Others just taking a moment to kind of be with each other and watch this scene as it came through. Dustin, I could hear you and Ashton talking about just how many police cars were in this procession, 500 that we saw from really all over the state. Eskenazi Health was part of this procession as well. We know that Officer Brian Elliott worked there before joining the Marion County Sheriff's Department and here at Beech Grove. And I want to draw your attention one more time to this memorial that we have back here and just looking at all the things that have been brought here. Again, people continuing to bring things as they were here watching this procession. But you can see all these flowers here. The family is now asking that in lieu of flowers that you might consider donating to Pepper's Pals Cat Rescue. I know Dustin was talking about this a little bit earlier during our coverage, and we have since learned that according to Pepper's Pals Cat Rescue, that this is actually the nonprofit that Officer Brian Elliott and his wife Erin adopted their cat Soup from last year. They say Brian was an amazing cat dad to Soup, and would always update them with pictures of how Soup was doing in their home that now that she had been adopted. And they have actually helped rescue more than 200 cats at that nonprofit since it opened in September 2023. So very clear just how much that meant to him in his personal life, in his wife's life, in their marriage, just having these animals and wanting to give back to the community. You can see this boy is bringing just a flag and just setting it down. People here just wanting to take one last moment to honor Officer Brian Elliott. Dustin.
Oh, what a moment to see that, Jenna. That boy dropping that item off amongst the many, many mementos and gifts, the cards, you name it, left there at Officer Elliott's car there outside the police department.
Yeah, so meaningful, isn't it, that that the young person there brought there by their family and able to do their small part, and they'll never forget that. And yeah, just the community coming together, and yeah, just another tribute to the person that Brian Elliott was, and his family, obviously, doing pet rescues and being a volunteer there and being a part of that.
And a reminder that he paid the ultimate sacrifice as a proud police officer, but nobody close to him wants him to be defined just as a police officer. It's just been remarkable over the last week to be learning about who he was as a person as well.
Yes, absolutely, and again, very common among the law enforcement community that we're a very, very eclectic collection of people, and with a great many interests beyond our professional interests, and clearly Officer Elliott had his fair share along with his family, and another great tribute to the person and the life well lived. One of the things that's represented by that are you notice the police officers are wearing carnations.
Yes.
There's a white carnation with a pink with a red tip to them, and that white carnation is representative of that life well lived in the service to the community, and then the red tip is a remembrance of the blood spilled in service of that of the community. So even the things as simple as the white carnation with the red tip, and at the conclusion of the services here, the officers will do one more file by past the casket. They'll take those carnations off and leave them on Officer Elliott's casket there at Crown Hill.
Another in a series of poignant moments, just so many, countless poignant moments that are unique in that thankfully we don't see this often, but incredibly sad that we see it too much. One time is too much, but it has become something that we have seen before.
Yeah, it's far too common, sadly, even though it's we're never ready for it when it happens, but to see the outpouring of support from throughout the law enforcement community and the general community as a whole, it's so important. The police are the people, and the people are the police.
Yeah, especially when the police are serving and protecting in their hometown. Brian Elliott was a hometown guy, grew up in Beech Grove, graduated from Beech Grove High School, went on to study criminal justice, worked in the Marion County Sheriff's Office, then for Eskenazi Police before ending up in his hometown, serving and protecting his own folks in Beech Grove for several years, as we take another live look at people along the route there.
And Jenny mentioned earlier also, there's the fire department has put the garrison flag up there at the entrance into Crown Hill, but just a little bit in front of that, a record service. A couple of record services have come together to put a garrison flag up there as well. I believe Jenny mentioned that earlier, and there's another group that we interact with, quite frequently. You have a traffic crash, and you have to get those records out there to clear the street, and so even the wonderful folks that work in the local record services are part of the extended public safety family, if you will, and are there to demonstrate their support, their tribute to Officer Elliott and the Beech Grove Police Department as well.
We have seen just that outpouring of support, not only from, as you just mentioned there, those tow trucks raising the garrison flag, but also law enforcement communities really from beyond Beech Grove, from beyond central Indiana, from beyond Indiana, which Beech Grove Police have said has just been incredibly thankful. They're incredibly thankful for. That
presence is definitely felt during their time of need. And just seeing all of those different law enforcement vehicles converging, and then there are members of the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department that are covering Beech Grove right now, so that all the Beech Grove officers can gather. Which is called a takeover? Yeah, we call that a takeover. Yes, and so they're working those districts, those patrol beats there in Beech Grove, responding to the calls for service that are still ongoing, even as we're doing all this. That need is still there, and that service is being provided right now by our colleagues at IMPD. Truly a brotherhood and a sisterhood. It certainly is, and it is good to know that in times of need, of crisis, wherever that crisis might be, that we all come from every direction, every community, to provide that support and assistance for each other.
Want to head back out to Jenny Runovich at Crown Hill Cemetery. Jenny?
Yeah, Dustin, you're taking a live look right now as the procession has made its way to 34th Street and beginning to enter Crown Hill Cemetery. I know you've been watching this procession since it left Beech Grove High School, but I just want to tell you what it was like for us to see it in person begin to drive by. This street was quiet. There's a handful of people here who have come out with flags in hand to pay tribute. And then all of a sudden we saw the lights and everybody stopped. And it's just been car after car silently rumbling by from so many different communities. And the power of this image, I hope you can feel it at home because we felt it here. We're seeing police officers from Lawrence, from Westfield, from Lebanon, from Carmel, from Vincennes. I've seen emergency. And then we also have that brother and sisterhood with fellow public safety with IFD here. That garrison flag that they're all driving under by IFD, Ladder 9, Ladder 34. And this is all symbolic to say we are all here together to honor Officer Brian Elliott's service and sacrifice. There's a vehicle from Jeffersonville. So people have come from all over the state to gather and pay tribute to his service and let his family know that they are embracing him and embracing them at this terrible time of tragedy. So Dustin had mentioned there are about 500 vehicles in this procession. It will take a while for all of them to make their way into Crown Hill Cemetery. And from where we're standing just outside at 34th and Boulevard Place, it is still quite a bit of a drive to get over to the Heroes of Public Safety section. That is the final resting place for Officer Elliott. That is the special memorial section that was created in our community and very unique for our community, so we should be proud of this as well, to be able to honor public safety heroes who die in the line of duty. I think we have some images, hopefully you're seeing, of the inside of that area as well. But once this entire procession makes it there, everyone will exit their vehicles and they will make their way to that Heroes of Public Safety section. And then there will be the Graveside services, which again are steeped in tradition. And one of the most impactful, I think, moments that we see there at those Graveside services may not be the taps or the bagpipes or the words from the pastor, but rather just the scene of officers who are all standing there shoulder to shoulder in the cold, in 20-some degree weather. Again, kind of that visual that we are here for you. And this is just a chance for our entire community to all pause, come together, and that visual of we are here for Officer Elliott's family. So we continue to watch this procession make its way into the cemetery. And I can tell you there are a lot of people who have come here to line the route as well, who just wanted to be here and take a few moments and pay tribute to his service and sacrifice as well. So this is not a place we want to be. This is a tragic day for Central Indiana, and yet what we're seeing here should be heartening to his family and to our community that everyone's come out to honor the life lost. Dustin.
Yeah, to see these images of the police vehicles, the line of hundreds of vehicles with their lights on, to see those members of the public waving flags, standing in silence. And as Jenny mentioned, the image of the officers shoulder to shoulder. It's just difficult to put into words.
It is, and once all the vehicles get there and all the officers are out of their vehicles and gathered there, and then the coach arrives and all of the circumstance that goes along with that. Well, I think what many of us remember the most is the absolute silence that falls over Crown Hill. It's deafening by silence, which that sounds like a dichotomy, and it is. But I don't know how else to describe it. Jenny can probably describe it better. But it's indeed what it is, and they have all those people that are there, and it is so quiet, and it is so serene. And then you have, some of the ceremonial things that happen, the 21 gun salute, the playing of taps, the other memorializations that will occur there. But again, it's all designed to support the family and the Beech Grove officers. You have that flag presentation from the chief to Officer Elliott's surviving family. And even everything that goes into that, the honor guard will fold that flag a very specific way, and it'll be checked by the honor guard commander. If it's not perfect, it'll be sent back, refolded. So it has to be absolutely perfectly folded, before it's presented to the chief for presentation to the family. That's the level of detail and planning that goes into these events, and there's a whole cadre of people that go into doing this and fulfilling the wishes and the items of memorialization that the family and the officers and the Beech Grove Police Department has asked for.
We have talked so much about every little detail is scrutinized to make sure that the traditional ceremonies, just every piece of it is done just the right way, and that is out of respect and honor for this officer, and love for this officer's sacrifice, and for his family in this case as well.
Yes, yeah, indeed, and that's ultimately that's what it is all about, and that's what everybody is focused on that participates in these events. Everybody contributes in their own way, and there's no contribution that is too small. And in particular to the group of people who come together, from the memorial team, to guide an agency and a family through all of this, it can just be so overwhelming. It just comes at you, and it can just be totally overwhelming. So to have these people come in with their support, you can't describe the importance of it, because when you're the affected agency and the family, you're just on autopilot. You're just on autopilot.
And you've been there.
Yeah, we have.
Sadly.
Yeah. And you contribute your part to it, but when it's your time of need, then to have all those resources at your disposal to come in and kind of take over for you, literally take over for you. That's it's most meaningful in that time.
That's right. The police chief said, "I do not take it lightly that when our world stopped, you picked us up," referring to other police departments helping out. So many acts of love, big and small, but all significant.
All significant.
Including members of the public who have lined the streets in tribute to this fallen officer, Officer Brian Elliott. Jenna Webster is along the street near the Beech Grove Police Department this afternoon, where the final 1042 call was held a short time ago. Jenna?
Yeah, Dustin, everyone has now gone home. It almost feels like it's returned to normal here, but it's not normal. This is a new normal that the Beech Grove Police Department has to get used to. This is a new normal that the family has to get used to. And you can still kind of feel the moment that just happened here. It's very quiet, not a lot of people out and about. But once, Police Chief Michael Maurice was talking about just how much the community support has meant. And you could see that here. As the procession came off of Emerson onto Main Street, there was a person on one side that was carrying the blue line flag. A person on the other side was carrying the American flag. Just as it was a very impactful moment seeing those two flags kind of flank either side of the procession as they came in. And one of the things that really stuck out to me, it was one of the very first things I noticed as the procession came through, was that the honor guard that was standing outside behind this memorial, they were holding onto a picture of Officer Brian Elliott. One held onto the picture almost as if making sure that he could see and that they were with him at that moment. The other honor guard stood in salute the entire time. But again, very quiet right now. Everyone kind of gone home, but likely probably reflecting on this moment that they just witnessed, because we know it means a lot to the community to be a part of, to be able to pay their respects to their fallen officer. We know it means a lot to the people that were in the procession. We saw as the procession came through that there were family members in the car with law enforcement, and you could see that they were taking pictures, they were taking videos of the people that were lined up on the street. A few people you could see kind of wiping a tear as they noticed all those people here. So a very impactful moment to be a part of, and we've got so much more video from that we'll be able to show you in addition to our live coverage as you saw it come through, but more coverage coming up later tonight. Dustin.
All right, Jenna, thank you. So many impactful moments over the last 3.5 hours or so, including a moment when the funeral began. I believe it was one of the first elements of today's funeral, Gary, where Amazing Grace was performed by Brian Wolf with the Marion County Sheriff's Office. And I think we have a moment from that song I want to play for just a second. We're going to talk about its significance.
Amazing grace, how sweet
So that was Brian Elliott performing Amazing Grace, the policeman's tribute, which he redesigned. He redesigned Amazing Grace specifically for a moment like this. Sadly, it is not the first time he's performed this, Gary.
Yeah, he's performed this, probably far too many times than he cares to have done. But it is a very meaningful tribute. Again, obviously that was asked for and selected by the family from the menu of options that they have at their disposal, and offerings from the memorial team. And Brian Wolf, he does a magnificent job. He's an amazing talent, clearly, and for him to be able to contribute is very meaningful to him, to the Marion County Sheriff's Department, to the law enforcement community as a whole, most importantly to Officer Elliott's family.
There were a number of eulogies today at the funeral, including one from the mayor of Beech Grove, one from the police chief of Beech Grove, and then also from Officer Elliott's best friend, Joshua Schrum, each of them coming from a bit of a different perspective. The mayor from having seen Officer Elliott from a high level of things, the chief obviously who hired him, and then the most personal connection, which was from his best friend. So we really got a picture today as we celebrated Brian Elliott's life of just who he was, from a police officer who made the ultimate sacrifice a week ago, to the young boy who grew up in Beech Grove, graduated from Beech Grove High School, got married to Erin a few years ago, and was just a well-loved young man in his hometown.
Yeah, clearly, and Mayor Kaufman has been him and his family have been around Beech Grove for their entire lives as well. So no doubt them and the Elliott family have encountered each other before, and I believe that Mayor Kaufman recounted that Brian was the first officer that he swore on to the police department during his tenure as mayor, and that's a cool moment.
Yeah,
and and I'm sure Mayor Kaufman in that moment, there's no way that you could ever think that something like this would happen, even though it's something we all accept. It could happen. You're not prepared for it when it does, and so Mayor Kaufman, Chief Maurice, and Brian Elliott's best buddy there, recounting their recollections. Yeah, that added added greatly to the whole service, of course.
Gave us a whole picture. Of who
complete
this young
picture.
man was.
Yeah,
a complete picture.
Yeah.
So we've heard from people who knew Officer Elliott very well. We've also heard from people who did not know him, but wanted to show up today to pay their respects for what this officer did, his life and his legacy and his ultimate sacrifice. Jenny Runovich is at Crown Hill Cemetery, and you have been there awaiting the funeral procession, and also people from the public are nearby as well.
Yeah, Dustin, we continue to watch this procession of 500 police officer vehicles, patrol cars come in. We've seen everything from Fort Wayne to Franklin, from Jeffersonville to Goshen, all sides of the state coming to honor Officer Brian Elliott's service and sacrifice. And as you mentioned, there have also been members of the public, members of the community who wanted to come out and be here today. That includes Joe Dancy from Plainfield. Joe, talk to me about why you decided to come out today, why you felt it was so important in 20-degree weather to stand here and honor Officer Elliott's service.
Well, I think it's important that we support our police officers and our first responders. I have several friends that are in law enforcement in Indianapolis and Hendricks County, where I'm from, and I know that the families truly appreciate the support that they see, and they'll be driving by here soon, and I'm hopeful that their hearts are gratified knowing that people are supporting them.
And I know I've felt the impact of just watching this, the tradition, and all of these vehicles, all of these lights, all of your fellow community members coming to honor. What's the impact been to you to see this in person?
Well, to see it in person, I mean, it means a lot because we don't really think too much about how much these guys do, but man, they have families that they go home to. You know, he's someone's brother, someone's husband, someone's son, and their families are grieving. And I just think it's important that we show that respect to them and the families.
What is your message to the Elliott family today?
My message to them is that they're not by themselves. They're not alone. You know, there are people that I've never met them, and there are hundreds of people that are lined from here to the south side of Indianapolis, Beech Grove, and most of those people have never met them. And I think the message just simply needs to be that they're in our thoughts, they're in our prayers, and we're not going to forget them anytime soon.
All right, Joe Yancey from Plainfield, thank you for making the drive. I'm sure they appreciate that. He's just one of several community members who we've seen here along the procession route. We've seen children and pets and former officers. And I saw a woman with a vehicle nearby. She put up a sign that said, "Thank you for your service." So they're trying to let all of these people know as they drive by, we've got your back. And all of these patrol cars are entering Crown Hill Cemetery. Again, there's hundreds of them, so it's taking a little bit of time. As they pass under this garrison flag and go into the cemetery, they're going to be making their way to the Heroes of Public Safety section of the cemetery and the special memorial area designed to honor fallen officers in our community. We can actually see some of the officers walking in. Once they park their vehicles, they will walk in and stand there shoulder to shoulder for a good hour as everyone files in, and then they will be there to be present for those graveside services. We've talked about it a little, and I know Gary's talked about it a little as well, but these graveside services, that final fitting tribute to Officer Elliott, they are steeped in tradition. There are a lot of military traditions that kind of take part in these police officer funerals. Pardon me. And some of those include the playing of taps. There will be a riderless horse carrying the casket into the Heroes of Public Safety section. The stirrups on that riderless horse are facing backwards, and that's for a reason. That's to symbolize kind of an army tradition, the fallen officer looking back on his troops. There will be carnations that are worn by every officer and family member who are at the graveside services for Officer Elliott, and even those flowers carry meaning. So they're white carnations with a red dot in the middle, and the white symbolizes purity and peace, and the red dot is bloodshed and the sacrifice that this officer made for us in protecting his community. As we as we continue to look at the area where his final for the final services, I did mention that it's cold out here. We're in the 20s right now, and so it's tough on these officers. This is a very emotional day, but it's physically taxing too. As any of us who have ever attended a funeral, you know how much it takes a toll on the family and friends to spend that day mourning and honoring your loved one. And then when you add in the cold, that makes it that much more difficult too. So you can see at Crown Hill, they actually have some heat lamps in there to keep the officers and their families warm while they wait everyone's arrival. So that's to kind of try and help them out in what are pretty challenging conditions. We have some light snowfall and chilly weather. The sun is trying to peer out, but otherwise, I almost feel like the weather is befitting of this difficult day. It's mostly gray and cloudy and kind of weighs heavy on us, just like this loss, Dustin.
Absolutely, Jenny, thank you. Wind chill in the teens right now here in central Indiana. So just another reminder with those heat lamps of the logistics that the law enforcement community has thought about and prepared for and organized to support the family. Yeah, this the critical incident memorial team there, you know, they think of everything, you know, quite literally, and having that warming station there with some comfort items there and some heat lamps there to be able to warm the officers while they're waiting. You think about the logistics of getting 500 or so vehicles into a somewhat smaller area and getting all those people, you know, officers, families, attendees out of their cars, gathered around. You know, that's a logistical challenge just in and of itself. Yeah. Just there. So, you know, they have those different areas kind of broken down into teams that help support those locations. Then you have all the honor guard members that will be gathered there, and all the you know, bag and pipe corps, the drum corps. You know, it's a huge effort to coordinate all of this, and again, that team they do a magnificent job, and they have established what is now a nationwide model that other states follow when it comes to memorializing their fallen officers in the line of duty. Yeah, and once those, you mentioned it, 500 vehicles. Many of them coming into Crown Hill Cemetery, and then once they find a place for them to park, they can't park just right up at the graveside. They're going to walk then over to that location of where that could be. Right. You had to have been heartened hearing that live interview with Jenny from those who just want to support and lift up and cover in love the family and the law enforcement community, right? How well spoken, isn't that just exemplary what we've been talking about throughout the event today, you know, throughout the memorial today, about the importance of family coming out, of people coming out and supporting the family like that. Here's a gentleman that's come from Hendricks County. You know, he doesn't know the Elliott family and may or may not know anybody, you know, in the Beech Grove Police Department or the community, but there he is. And yeah, that's just exemplary of what we've been talking about throughout the day, the importance of that support and maintaining and sustaining that support not just today, in the mid and long term moving forward as well. And he said that. He said that himself. Yeah. Said he had several relatives in the law enforcement community as well. We heard from Maurice, the chief of police in Beech Grove, thanked everybody for being there for them, for the outpouring of support from across the country, speaking specifically about the law enforcement community. But also he and the mayor of Beech Grove spoke several times this morning just about how appreciative they are for the community for stepping up and being there. And he said the police chief said he's seen a lot of resolve and a whole lot of unity in the last week. Yeah. In your experience, how far does that carry over, do you think? Well, with some, it'll continue to carry over for quite some period of time. You know, many agencies, including ours, will do an annual memorial, you know, a fallen officer memorial, and ours in Lawrence will be coming up in the next week or two. But you know, that long-term support is critical, and there are not-for-profits and professionals that are there as well to help continue to sustain
their law enforcement officers, their agencies, and and most importantly the family, of course. They're going to need that support. There's a huge void that has been created here, and that void, there's no way that void is ever going to be filled. But they will identify a new normal, and continue to move forward with that support that is continued to be provided by all of the well-intended people coming together to do that.
Moments like this often do bring communities together. Why do you think that unity is so important?
Yeah, and it's something that went through my mind as we during this conversation. We like to call that unity that silent majority. The people that we believe it is the majority of people that support the efforts of law enforcement, that understand the need within the community for our public servants, and the people that are performing that, and are grateful for that. And ultimately we're there to protect. We're there to be in the service of others, and sometimes it's a very challenging duty, but it's an honor to do it. Most police officers, you will hear some version of them being called to do this. It's a calling. It's not just like any other profession, really. It truly is a calling. And so to receive that community support from that silent majority, I've said it earlier this week. This is the time not to be silent. And even if that means just coming out, being on the street today, and then doing small things moving forward. It doesn't have to be some grand gesture. It can be just the smallest, simplest things. You see that police officer out there, hey, I see you, appreciate you, thank you. And maybe what can we do? Anything I can do in a moment. And it doesn't have to be some grand gesture. It can be just something as simple as, I see you.
Yeah, I see you.
I'm with you.
Thank you.
Got your back.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
We got your back. We've heard that several times today from Jenny as she's reporting from Crown Hill. It's just this this need to say, we've got your back. You're not alone in going through something like this.
Yeah, sometimes it can feel like am I the only one doing this? Am I the only one who cares?
And a thankless job.
Sometimes, but it's moments like this that reminds you that it's not, and sometimes we need that reminding along the way, a little more often, and so anything that community members can do in the mid to long term moving forward would be very, very helpful, very beneficial. And the Beech Grove Police Department, their officers, they do a great job with their community outreach, with their events that they do, and they're just exemplary of many smaller communities that come together at the high school basketball games or the sporting events or the Little League games and all the things that happened with the very fabric of our communities.
We have been awaiting the arrival of the funeral coach carrying Officer Brian Elliott at Crown Hill Cemetery. Left Beech Grove High School after the funeral. The funeral ended around 12:30. It's taking a while, as you can imagine, to get a procession of more than 500 emergency vehicles from the high school past Beech Grove Police Department, where the final 1042 call was read and was announced, and then on to Crown Hill Cemetery, which is north of downtown Indianapolis. This is a live look inside Crown Hill, where you can see some of those hundreds of police officers have parked, they've arrived, they have walked over to what will soon be the Graveside service. There are heat lamps. Everything has been thought of, as we mentioned a few minutes ago. So many logistics, so many details here, down to the heat lamps to keep everybody warm on this frigid day. Temperatures very cold, wind chill in the teens right now, as we pan over to see the Heroes of Public Safety section of Crown Hill Cemetery. And Gary, this is a very unique spot at this cemetery, but really very unique in terms of where many public heroes are laid to rest.
Yeah, it is. It's unique, even considering the entire country, actually, and well done by Crown Hill and all of the people who were participants in establishing the Heroes of Public Safety section there in Crown Hill Cemetery, and it's a very serene place to be able to visit. Today there's obviously a lot of activity there and a new member to the Heroes of Public Safety section, but even when there's not a service of like this occurring, it's a very serene place to visit and to remember and to reflect. And so we do encourage people to go and visit there whenever they have a moment. Take your family out there perhaps, and just take a moment to maybe have a family chat and to reflect on the sacrifices that so many have made in the service of our communities.
It's a tough conversation to have.
It is, but it's an important one.
But a very important one.
It's an important one.
Thinking of those with young children who are who have watched the news or seen what happened, or are watching this right now, this line of police cars saying, hey, what happened? What's going on? A tough conversation, but as you said, it's an important one to teach children who are young just the reality of what police officers do for us.
It is, and it's an important conversation to have, and it's a great location to have that conversation as well. And so there we see some of the Beech Grove, police vehicles with their families that are arriving at Crown Hill now. So the coach should be not too terribly far behind now, and the services can commence there at Crown Hill.
And so once the funeral coach arrives, can you take us through what's going to happen there at the graveside?
Yeah, there'll be a walking procession that will join with the coach, members of the honor guard that will be removing the casket from the back of the coach, and will be escorting it to final interment location, and then there'll be some ceremonial things that will occur there. But along with that procession, there'll be the bags and pipes. That's all steeped in military tradition, marking the cessation of combat, if you will, and we use that term borrowed from the military. And then you'll see also the 21 gun salute, which is another borrowing from military tradition. So there'll be fired seven shots of 3 volleys of 7 shots each, and those spent casings will actually be collected and presented to the family.
Oh.
So that if they want to offer those spent casings to ones, or if they want to keep them themselves, they can do that. But those spent casings will be collected and will be offered. They're blanks, but they'll be collected and offered to the family that they can provide as mementos to whoever they decide they want to provide them to, or maintain them for themselves, whatever they want to do with them. And then followed by taps, and again, all of that is borrowed from military traditions and applied here. There'll be the riderless horse, as Jenny mentioned, with the boots in backwards. That's another borrowing from military tradition, signifying the commanding general looking back at his troops as he's leaving.
Mm-hmm. So many moments, so many moving moments, including this one, the line of vehicles making its way into Crown Hill Cemetery. Jenny is inside Crown Hill. Jenny?
Yeah, Dustin, we're actually just outside Crown Hill Cemetery, outside the entrance near the Garrison flag, as we watch these images of the end of the funeral procession. There's a police helicopter overhead, motorcycles beside, and then the hearse carrying the body of Officer Brian Elliott. Let's just take a moment as it passes us by. There are a lot of people here who wanted to line the procession route and pay their respects. And hopefully that vehicle that you see right there that's carrying the family of Officer Elliott sees all of these folks, many flag in hand, some carrying signs, knowing that these members of the community came out on a cold day to say thank you and I'm sorry for what happened. So this is the end of the procession. They are making their way through the entrance to Crown Hill. And that procession will then make its way to the Heroes of Public Safety section of Crown Hill Cemetery. I know we've talked again a little bit about this area, but I want to remind you, if you're just joining us at home, about how unique and special this place is. It's a section of the cemetery that's specifically dedicated to fallen officers. It's about 1.5 acres, a very unique memorial that was created after September 11th of 2001. Crown Hill, and some folks said, you know, I think we need to make a unique memorial. And then shortly thereafter, sadly, there was the death of Marion County Deputy Jason Baker. Well, the Baker family and Crown Hill, instrumental in helping raise money to try and build a lasting memorial to honor public safety heroes. So they did, and it was dedicated in September of 2002. The specific area of Crown Hill, you know, this is a huge cemetery. It's in the southern, most historic part of the cemetery. There's a entrance that's marked with a granite slab and a walkway that leads to a Romanesque monument. So they have some columns and words there talking about public safety heroes and service and sacrifice. And then it's a very quiet place, and it's beautiful in each season. The people who care for this area of the cemetery, as most of Crown Hill, but specifically this area, they really pay attention to detail. The flowers are always perfect. Even in the winter, there's a quiet solitude about the place. And it's meant to be a space where family and friends and fellow law enforcement and community members can visit and reflect and honor the lives lost. Truly a place befitting heroes and truly unique in our country to have this here in Indiana. And I think it speaks to our community and how we value the service of our public safety heroes. Sadly, Officer Brian Elliott joins a growing list of public safety heroes who are buried here. I mentioned it earlier this afternoon, but it bears repeating. These are names we've grown to know and names we have mourned, many over the past 5 to 10 years. Men and women who've made the ultimate sacrifice. Those names: Shanavez, Bradway, Reynolds, Leith, Durham, Burton, Smith, Wren, Moore, and many, many more than that, sadly. Officer Brian Elliott will be with those men and women buried here at Crown Hill, where people can honor his service and sacrifice. All of these officers who've made their way from Beech Grove High School, from the funeral, through the community here to Crown Hill are now gathering at the Graveside service. Again, this is a very cold day, wind chills in the teens. It is windy, and they are standing shoulder to shoulder awaiting those services. This is what you're seeing right here outside Crown Hill is the end of that procession. And some community members, including this gentleman who decided to come with an American flag and be here. And we've seen a lot of that. You know, community folks who said, I want to show my patriotism. I want to show my support for this man who ran toward danger, was trying to protect someone in his community, and sadly was taken too soon. So we'll continue to watch from here as the Graveside services get underway. Of course, Dustin will take you inside Crown Hill so you can experience that as well as they lay him to rest. Dustin?
Jenny, thank you. Yes, taken far too soon, just 33 years old. Just got married just a couple years ago. It's always striking, Gary, to see just the line of first responders who are there to show up to the graveside after the funeral service to continue honoring his ultimate sacrifice, but also supporting the family.
Absolutely, and it's amazing also how you can have a gathering of so many people out there. It can be so silent and so quiet.
The silence speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Silence speaks volumes, it certainly does. And it's, again, this is all designed in support of the family and the members of the Beech Grove Police Department.
Once we if we can take another live look inside at the Heroes of Public Safety section inside Crown Point. The funeral coach is about to arrive here in just a few minutes. Once it does, there will be the pallbearers who will remove Officer Elliott's casket from the funeral coach. And these pallbearers, as is so often the case, they are very significant to who this man was, who Brian Elliott was. His pallbearers include his dad, Bob Elliott. His close friends, Joshua Shrum. We heard from Joshua during the funeral service. He gave the eulogy, served as MC during the funeral. Joshua is a pallbearer. Other close friends, Reed Harrington, Quentin James, and Brian Plew. His brother, Sam, is a pallbearer, and his shift captain, Tyler Frankel, with the Beech Grove Police Department. So they are all there serving an important role in today's funeral and burial of Officer Brian Elliott. There is a live look at the crowd that has continued to grow in the last hour or so as the procession arrives at Crown Hill Cemetery. People walking from their cars to the grave site, as we can see the guard now making its way into the Heroes of Public Safety section.
Yeah, that's the members of the Honor Guard and the memorial team. And these are officers that have gathered from all over the state of Indiana to perform these duties as a part of this memorial service. And you hear the bagpipes and the drum corps coming into view also.
Let's give it just a moment and take in what's happening here inside Crown Hill Cemetery.
Guard that are walking alongside the coach there and escorting Officer Elliott and the family to his final resting place there. And you see the thin blue line flag in there as well. It's carried by a member of the Delaware County Sheriff's Department, who was the most recent agency before Beech Grove to experience a minor duty death. That flag will be transferred to the Beech Grove Police Department, where they will maintain it.
Watching the Honor Guard make its way through Crown Hill Cemetery into the Heroes of Public Safety section. You can hear the bagpipes, the riderless horse, and the hearse carrying Officer Brian Elliott to his final resting place inside the Heroes of Public Safety section of the cemetery. Gary, this reminds me of something you talked about a little while ago as we look at these officers who are walking alongside the hearse, their hands on the hearse itself. You were saying that Officer Elliott has not been alone since the moment he was struck down.
Right. Since this incident occurred, he has not been by himself at any moment. From Eskenazi Hospital, ultimately to the Marion County Coroner's Office, then on to the funeral home that prepared him, and then into these events today. He's never been by himself. And there's also been an officer that has been assigned to his family, his surviving members of his family as well. So it's meant to comfort the family, and it is very meaningful to not only to the family but to the law enforcement community that he's never been by himself at all since this incident occurred.
At the front of the graveside service will be Officer Elliott's wife, Erin Miller. They have been married since October of 2023. Along with his parents, they'll also be up front, of course, Robert and Paula Elliott. His brother, Sam, and Sam's wife, Mary, and his sister, Rachel. As we await the hearse to make its way to the graveside. I am just thinking about the moment with the funeral service began, and you became emotional just in that very moment. Gary Woodruff, if you're just joining us, Gary is a retired police officer, retired Lawrence Police Chief, who was kind enough to join us and kind of provide some insight and take us through today's memorial service. I'm curious to know just what goes through your mind when you saw those first images of this final goodbye.
Yeah, well, it's reverence, and it's wanting to, having the opportunity to be here to represent our profession is very meaningful, of course. But I will suggest this: if I ever stop feeling like that, like this, there's a problem. And this is normal, it's natural, and it's as it should be. And we should not be unwilling to display these emotions, because it is very meaningful, of course. But it's also equally an honor to be here to represent the profession and the members of the Beech Grove Police Department in particular, and help the viewers, and understand what's happening here.
Well, I think it's also just an important reminder that officers accept the risk, but you never become immune to loss.
No,
you are husbands, you are fathers, you are sons and daughters. And how could you not be touched by the loss of someone very dear to you? Even if you don't personally know that person. We've talked a lot about just the relationship between police officers, even those who don't know each other.
Yeah, indeed. It is very similar to an extended family, if you will. And yeah, it is all very meaningful, and again, all by design to support Officer Elliott's family, and again, the members of the Beech Grove Police Department as a whole, and just the whole gathering of everybody, from the memorial team to the the officers that are gathered, to the community at large coming in to support, is of critical importance. So meaningful to the family and to the members of the Beech Grove Police Department. And like we've talked before, doing that today is very meaningful moving forward in the short, mid, and long term. That continuing support and offering that will be just so important as they move forward. They will never be more unified as a community, as a police agency, and as a family than they are now.
Well, these images just give me chills. The riderless horse.
Yeah. As the family arrives here, they'll ultimately move into place and see all of those officers and family members and others who are gathered there. And then at some point when the bagpipe corps stops, it would just be so silent there. It would be so quiet.
And we will also be silent once that happens as we prepare for the Graveside service.
guard, officers, left hand, Reset! On! Order! On! Fire and party! Fire 3, volley! Rifle! Ready! Ready! Fire! Ready! Ready! Fire! Keep fire! Freeze it! Freeze it! On! Order! On! Honor guard! Honor our fallen brother!
And what you are seeing right now is every police officer leaving their carnation on Officer Elliott's casket.
Yeah, this is what we call the final file by. And every police officer and family member who's been in attendance will have a white carnation that they've had pinned to them since the beginning of the services. And that carnation is white with a red tip or red dot to it. And the red dot signifies the blood shed in the service of the community. And the white carnation represents the purity of life, of a life of service to the community. So those are worn throughout the services. Then one of the final aspects of a memorial service like this is for every officer and their family members in attendance to file by and to lay that carnation on the casket of Officer Elliott.
As we wrap up our coverage, Gary, what would you want this officer's family to know today?
We're there for you, and we'll continue to be there for you, and whatever is needed. You know, the Beech Grove Police Department and the greater law enforcement community will make sure that it is, and to the community as a whole, continuing to support that family, and the members of the Beech Grove Police Department and really the community as a whole, the law enforcement community as a whole.
Gary Woodruff, retired Lawrence Police Chief, thank you so much for helping us through this afternoon. Really appreciate your time, really appreciate your insight, and your years of service, too, to our community.
Honored to do so.
Our coverage continues in a little bit. At 4 o'clock, we'll have a wrap-up of today's services, of a final goodbye to a local hero, a public tribute to the life, legacy, service, and ultimate sacrifice of Officer Brian Elliott. For all of us here at 13 News, I'm Dustin Grove. Thanks for watching.
When I think of Brian, I'll remember his joy, his bravery, but also his humility. Brian was humble. We are not celebrating his life in downtown Indianapolis at some large sporting venue. We are home, in the community he grew up in, where he went to school, and where he sacrificed it all to serve and protect us.
I watched the body cam video with one of my deputy chiefs. What I saw was a shift displaying all the characteristics I already listed. 2 officers heard a cry for help, and without hesitation, answered that cry. Officer Brian Elliott, it was an honor to have served alongside you. We will continue to carry on your sacrifice from here.
He made people feel safe, feel heard, feel included. Not because of the badge he wore, but because of the man that he was.